This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnnS Spiegel. War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. Volume 1, Part 2, 1805. Chapter 1. In October 1805, the Russian army were cantoned in certain villages and towns in the Archduchy of Austria, making a heavy burden for the inhabitants, and still new regiments were on the way from Russia and concentrating around the fortress of Braunau, where Kutuzov, the commander-in-chief, had his headquarters. On the 23rd of October, one of the many regiments of infantry that had just arrived stopped about a half-mile from the city, awaiting to be reviewed by the commander-in-chief. Notwithstanding the un-Russian landscape, orchards, stone walls, tiled roofs, and mountains on the horizon, and the un-Russian aspect of the people who gathered to look with curiosity at the soldiers, this regiment presented exactly the same appearance as every other Russian regiment getting ready for inspection anywhere in the center of Russia. The evening before, during their last march, word had been received that the commander-in-chief would review the regiment. The words of the order had not seemed altogether clear to the regimental commander, and the question having arisen, how it was to be taken, were they to be marching in order or not, he called a council of officers, at which it was decided that the regiment should be presented in parade dress, on the principle that it is always better to go beyond than not come up to the requirements. And the soldiers, after a march of 300 versts, during which they had not once closed their eyes, were kept all night mending and cleaning up. The aides and captains classified and enrolled their men, and by morning the regiment, instead of a straggling, disorderly mob, such as it had been during the last stage of their march, presented a compact mass of 2,000 men, each one of whom knew his place and his duty. Every button and every strap were in order, and shining with neatness. Not only were all the externals put in perfect order, but if the commander-in-chief should take it into his head to look under the uniforms, then he would have found that each man had on a clean shirt, and that in each knapsack were the required number of things, shiltsi I miltsi, all and soap, as the soldiers express it. There was only one particular in regard to which no one could be satisfied. This was footwear. The shoes of more than half of the men were in tatters. But this lack was not the fault of the regimental commander, since, notwithstanding his repeated demands, the necessary goods had not been furnished by the Austrian commissariat, and, moreover, the regiment had marched 1,000 versts. The regimental commander was an elderly general of sanguine complexion, with gray brows and side whiskers, stout and broad. The distance from his chest to his back was greater than across his shoulders. He wore a brand-new uniform, which showed the creases caused by having been folded, and on his shoulders were heavy gold epaulets, which raised his fat shoulders still higher. The regimental commander had the aspect of a man who had happily accomplished one of the most important functions of life. He marched up and down in front of the line, and as he marched, he shook at every step, slightly bending his back. It could be seen that the regimental commander was very fond of his regiment, and felt happy at the idea that all his mental faculties were absorbed in it. But, nevertheless, his pompous gait seemed to insinuate that over and above his military interests, there was still left no small room in his heart for the affairs of society and the feminine sex. "Well, Batushka, Mikhailo Miltrich," said he, turning to one of the majors who stepped forward with a smile. It was evident that all were happy. "We had a pretty tough tussle last night, didn't we? However, according to my idea, our regiment isn't one of the worst, eh?" The major appreciated the jocund irony and laughed. "No, we should not be driven off from the Empress's field." "What is it?" asked the commander, catching sight of 2 horsemen galloping along the road to the city, lined with signalmen. It was an adjutant, with a Cossack riding behind him. The adjutant had been sent from headquarters to explain what had been enigmatical in the last evening's order, and especially to insist upon it that the commander-in-chief wished to review the regiment in exactly the condition in which it had arrived, in cloaks, gun covers, and without any preparations whatever. The evening before, it had happened that a member of the Hofkriegsrath had arrived from Vienna, asking and urging that Kutuzov should make all haste to join the Allied armies under the Archduke Ferdinand and General Mack, and Kutuzov, considering that this junction was not advantageous, desired to exhibit in support of his own theories, and to have the Austrian general see for himself the pitiable state in which the army of Russia had arrived. With this end in view, he was anxious to find the regiment in marching order, and therefore the worse the situation of the men, the more agreeable it would be to him. The adjutant knew nothing about these reasons, but he transmitted to the regimental commander the general-in-chief's urgent desire that the men should be in marching order, and added that if it were otherwise the commander-in-chief would be very much offended. On hearing these words, the regimental commander hung his head, silently shrugged his shoulders, and spread his hands with a despairing gesture. "This is great doings," he cried. "It's what I told you, Michailo Mitrich, in marching order, in cloaks," said he, turning reproachfully to the major. "Ah, my God!" he exclaimed, and stepped resolutely forward. "Gentlemen, captains," he cried, in a voice accustomed to command. "Sergeants, will they be here soon?" he asked, turning to the adjutant with an expression of deferential politeness, evidently proportioned to the dignity of the personage of whom he was speaking. "Within an hour, I think." "Shall we have time to make the change?" "I don't know, General." The regimental commander, hastening into the ranks, made the dispositions for changing back into marching costume again. The captains ran to their companies, the sergeants bustled about, the cloaks were not altogether in order, and in an instant the solid squares which had just been standing silently and orderly stirred, stretched out, and began to buzz with busy voices. Soldiers were running this way and that, getting their knapsacks on their shoulders and over their heads, taking down their cloaks and lifting their arms high in the air, trying to get them into their sleeves. Within half an hour the whole regiment was in the same order as before, only the squares were transformed from black to gray. The regimental commander was again walking up and down in front of the regiment, with the same tottering gait and inspecting it from a distance. "What does that mean? What is that?" he cried, suddenly halting. "Captain of the 3rd Company." "The general wants the captain of the 3rd Company." "The general wants the 3rd captain." "The general wants the 3rd Company," cried various voices along the ranks, and an aide hastened to discover the missing officer. Even while the sounds of gruff voices commingling, and some even crying the "Company wants the general," rang along the lines, the missing officer appeared from behind his company, and although he was well on in years, and not used to running, he came toward the general at an awkward dog-trot on his tiptoes. The captain's face expressed such anxiety as a schoolboy feels when he is called upon to recite a lesson that has not been learned. His nose was red and covered with blotches, evidently caused by intemperance, and his mouth twitched nervously. The regimental commander surveyed the delinquent captain from head to foot as he came up panting, and slackened his pace as he approached. "Do you let your men wear women's sarafans? What does that mean?" cried the regimental commander, thrusting out his lower jaw and pointing to a soldier in the ranks of the 3rd Company who wore a colored capote of broadcloth in violent contrast with the cloaks of the other soldiers. "Where have you been? The commander-in-chief is expected, and here you are out of your place, eh? I will teach you to dress your men in Cossack coats for review. Hey!" The captain, not taking his eyes from his chief, kept his 2 fingers at his visor as though he found his salvation now in this one position alone. "Well, why don't you speak? Whom have you there, in that Hungarian costume?" sternly demanded the regimental commander, with grim fastidiousness. "Your Excellency." "Well, what of Your Excellency?" "Your Excellency and Your Excellency. But what do you mean by Your Excellency?" Nobody knows what you mean." "Your Excellency, that is Dolokhov, cashiered," stammered the captain. "Well, was he cashiered to be a field marshal or a private? If as a private, then he ought to be dressed like the others, in uniform." "Your Excellency, you yourself allowed him to dress so on the march." "Allowed him? Allowed him? That's always the way with you young men," said the general, cooling down a little. "Allowed him? We tell you one thing and you—" The general paused. "We tell you one thing and you— Well," he said with a fresh access of temper, "be good enough to have your men dressed decently." And the regimental commander glanced at the adjutant and proceeded along the line with his faltering gait. It could be seen that his outburst of temper had given him great satisfaction, and that as he passed along the line he wanted to find some excuse for further violence. Berating one officer for not having a clean gorget, and another for having his company dressed unevenly, he proceeded to Company 3. "How are you standing? Where is your leg? Your leg? Where is it?" screamed the regimental commander, with a suggestion of keen suffering in his voice, passing by half a dozen men to come to Dolokhov, who was dressed in a bluish capote. Dolokhov slowly straightened his bended leg and, with his keen, bold eyes, stared into the general's face. "Why is that blue capote? Off with it. Sergeant, strip him. The blun—" He did not have time to finish. "General, I am bound to fulfill orders, but I am not bound to put up," began Dolokhov hastily. "No talking in the ranks. No talking. No talking." "I am not bound to put up with insults," cried Dolokhov in a loud ringing voice. The eyes of the general and the private met. The general said no more, but angrily pulled down his tight belt. "Have the goodness to change your coat, I beg of you," said he as he turned away. End of Chapter 1. Part 2, Chapter 2 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. "He is coming," cried one of the signalmen. The regimental commander, flushing scarlet, ran to his horse, seized the stirrup with trembling hands, threw himself into the saddle, straightened himself up, drew his saber, and with a radiant, resolute face, drew his mouth to one side, ready to shout his order. A shiver ran through the regiment, as though it were a great bird about to spread its wings. Then it became motionless. "Eyes front!" cried the regimental commander, in a voice trembling with emotion. Pleasant as it sounded to himself, it was peremptory toward the regiment and suggestive of welcome to the approaching chief. Along the broad highway, unpaved, shaded with trees, came a high Viennese calash, painted blue and swinging easily on its springs, as its 6 horses trotted briskly along. Behind it galloped the suite and an escort of Croatians. Next Kutuzov sat the Austrian general, in white uniforms, which made a peculiar contrast with the dark Russian ones. The calash drew up near the regiment. Kutuzov and the Austrian general were engaged in conversation in low tones, and Kutuzov smiled slightly as he slowly and heavily stepped down from the carriage, exactly as though the 2,000 men who were breathlessly gazing at him and the regimental commander did not exist. The word of command rang out, and again the regiment stirred into life and presented arms. In the dead silence the undertone of the commander-in-chief was heard. The regiment shouted, "Long life to your highness," and again all was still. At first Kutuzov stood where he was and watched the regiment go through this evolution. Then side by side with the general in the white uniform, and accompanied by his suite, he started to walk down the line. By the way in which the regimental commander had saluted his chief and kept his eyes fastened upon him, and now followed behind the 2 generals as they walked down the lines, and as he drew himself up and bent forward to listen to every word that fell from their lips, it was evident that he fulfilled his duties as a subordinate with even greater satisfaction than he did those of a commander. The regiment, thanks to the commander's stern discipline and strenuous endeavors, was in excellent condition compared to the others which had come to Braunau at the same time. There were only 217 sick and stragglers, and all things were in excellent order, with the exception of the shoes. Kutuzov proceeded down the ranks, occasionally stopping to say a few friendly words to officers or even privates whom he had known during the war with Turkey. Glancing at their shoes, he more than once shook his head mournfully and directed the Austrian general's attention to them with an expression that meant to imply that no one was to blame for it, but it was a pity, all the same, to see such a state of things. The regimental commander, at each time that he did so, pushed forward, fearing to lose a single word that his chief might speak regarding his regiment. Behind Kutuzov, just near enough to be able to catch every word, however lightly spoken, that might fall from his lips, followed the 20 men of his suite, talking among themselves and occasionally laughing. Nearest to the commander-in-chief walked a handsome adjutant. This was Prince Bolkonsky. Next him went his messmate, Nesvitsky, a tall and remarkably stalwart staff officer with a kindly, smiling, handsome face and liquid eyes. Nesvitsky could hardly refrain from laughing at the antics of a dark-complexioned officer of the hussars who was walking near him. The hussar officer, without smiling and not changing the serious expression of his eyes, gazed at the regimental commander's back and was mimicking his every motion. Every time that the general tottered and pushed forward, the young hussar officer would, in almost precisely the same way, totter and push forward. Nesvitsky was amused and nudged the others to look at the mimic. Kutuzov walked slowly and lazily in front of the thousands of eyes that were starting from their sockets to follow the motions of the chief. As he came along to Company 3, he suddenly halted. The suite, not anticipating this halt, involuntarily crowded up close to him. "Ah, Timokhin!" cried the commander-in-chief, recognizing the red-nosed captain, the one who had been obliged to suffer on account of the blue capote. It would seem as though it were impossible for him to draw himself up higher than he had done during the scolding administered by the regimental commander. But now that the commander-in-chief stopped to speak to him, the captain put such a strain upon himself that it seemed as though he could not stand it should the commander-in-chief stay a moment longer, and accordingly Kutuzov, evidently appreciating his position and being anxious to show every kindness to the captain, hastened to turn away, a scarcely perceptible smile flitting over his plump, scarred face. "Another comrade of Izmailo," said he. "A brave officer. Are you satisfied with him?" asked Kutuzov of the regimental commander. The regimental commander, who, unknown to himself, was mimicked as in a mirror by the officer of hussars, started as if stung, sprang forward, and replied, "Very well satisfied, Your High Excellency." "We all of us have our weaknesses," continued Kutuzov, smiling and turning away. "His used to be his devotion to Bacchus." The regimental commander was alarmed lest he were to blame for this and found no words to reply. The hussar at this instant caught sight of the captain with the red nose and rounded belly, and perpetrated such an exact imitation of his face and pose that Nesvitsky laughed outright. Kutuzov turned around. It was evident that the young officer had perfect command of his features, for at the instant that Kutuzov turned round the officer's face had assumed the most serious, deferential, and innocent of expressions. The third company was the last, and Kutuzov paused, evidently trying to recollect something. Prince Andrei stepped out from the suite and said in French in an undertone, "You ordered me to remind you of Dolokhov, who was cashiered to this regiment." "Where is this Dolokhov?" Dolokhov, who now wore the gray military capote, did not wait to be summoned. Kutuzov saw a well-built soldier with light curly hair and bright blue eyes come forth from the ranks and present arms. "A grievance?" asked Kutuzov, slightly frowning. "That is Dolokhov," said Prince Andrei. "Ah?" exclaimed Kutuzov. "I hope that you will profit by this lesson. Do your duty. The emperor is merciful, and I will not forget you, if you deserve well." The clear blue eyes looked into the chief's face with the same boldness as at the regimental commander's, their expression seeming to rend the veil of rank that so widely separated the commander-in-chief from the private soldier. I should like to ask one favor, Your High Excellency, said he deliberately, in a firm, ringing voice. I beg that you give me a chance to wipe out my fault and show my devotion to His Majesty the Emperor, and to Russia. Kutuzov turned away. The same sort of smile flashed over his face and through his eyes, as at the time when he turned away from Captain Timokhin. He turned away and frowned, as though he wished to express by this that all that Dolokhov had said to him, and all that he could possibly say to him, he had known long, long ago, and that it was all a bore to him, and that it was so much wasted breath. He turned away and went back to the calash. The regiment broke up into companies and marched to the quarters assigned them not far from Braunau, where they hoped to get shoes and clothes and rest after their long marches. You will not complain of me, will you, Prokhor Ignatiitch? Asked the regimental commander, galloping after the 3rd Company and overtaking Captain Timokhin, who rode at their head. The general's face shone with unrestrained delight at the successful outcome of the review. The service of the Tsar. Can't help. One flies off. I am the first to apologize. You know me. Thank you very much. And he held out his hand to the captain. I beg of you, General. How could I think such a thing? Replied the captain. His nose grew scarlet, and he smiled, the smile betraying the lack of 2 front teeth which had been knocked out by the butt end of a gun under Izmailo. And assure Mr. Dolokhov that I shall not forget him, to rest easy on that score. And tell me, please, I have been wanting for some time to ask you, how does he behave? And always. He is very regular in his duty, Your Excellency, but his temper, said Timokhin. Well, what of his temper? Demanded the regimental commander. Some days, Your Excellency, he goes it, said the captain, but otherwise he is intelligent and well informed and quiet, and then again he is a wild beast. In Poland he almost killed a Jew. You will have the grace to know. Yes, yes, said the regimental commander. We must always be easy on a young man in misfortune. You see he has influential connections, so you had better. I understand, Your Excellency, rejoined Timokhin, with a smile that showed that he understood his chief's desires. Yes, yes, just so. The regimental commander sought out Dolokhov in the ranks and reined in his horse. Epaulets at the first engagement, said he. Dolokhov looked up, but made no answer and did not alter the expression of the ironical smile that curled his lips. Well, this is very good, continued the regimental commander. A glass of vodka to the men from me, he added, loud enough to be heard by the soldiers. I thank you all. Slava Bohu, glory to God. And he rode on and overtook the next company. Well, it's a fact. He's a good man and not hard to serve under, said Timokhin to a subaltern riding next him. In a word, very hearty, said the subaltern officer, laughing at his own joke. The regimental commander was nicknamed the King of Hearts. The cheerful frame of mind felt by the officers after the review was shared also by the men. The regiment marched along merrily. On all sides were heard the voices of the soldiers talking. How is it? They say Kutuzov is blind in one eye? Well, so he is, quite blind. Nay, brother, he can see better than you can. He inspected our boots and leg wrappers and everything. My, when he looked at my legs, I didn't know what I was standing on. And that other one, the Avstrak who was with him, I should think he was whitewashed, white as flour. Think what a job to clean that uniform. Say, Fedoshow, did he say when we should begin to be on our guard? You were in the front. I was told that Bonaparte himself was at Brunova. Bonaparte here? What a lie, you fool. Don't you know anything? Now the Prusk is up in arms, and the Avstrak, of course, have got to put him down, and when he's put down, then there'll be war with Bonaparte, and yet they say Bonaparte is here at Brunova. Anybody can see you was a fool. Keep your ears peeled, you idiot. The devil! What sort of quartermasters these are! See, there's the 5th Company turning off into the village. They'll have their kasha-pots boiling before we get in. Give me a biscuit, you devil. Didn't I give you some tobacco last evening? Too thin, brother. Well, then, God be with you. Oh, I wish they'd call a halt. The idea of marching 5 versts more on an empty stomach. What you'd like'd be for those Germans to give us a lift in their carriages, then you'd go easy enough, that would be fine. But here, brother, see all these beggarly people come out. The Polyaks, back there, belong to the Russian crown, but here, brother, there's nothing but Germans come out. Singers to the front, cried the captain. A score of men from the different companies ran to their places at the head of the column. The drummer who led the singing faced the singers and waved his arms, and struck up the drawling soldier's song, beginning with the words, "Is it the dawn, and has the red sun risen?" and ending, "Well, boys, what glory we shall win with Father Kamensky." This song had been composed in Turkey, and was now sung in Austria, with simply this variation, that in place of Father Kamensky, Father Kutuzov was substituted. The drummer, a stalwart, handsome fellow, 40 years old, having sung these last words in staccato, soldier style, made a gesture with his hands as though he were throwing something to the ground, looked sternly at his singers, and frowned. Then, feeling the consciousness of all eyes being fastened upon him, he lifted his arms high above his head, as though he were carrying with the greatest care some invisible and precious object, and holding them so for several moments, he suddenly flung it down with a despairing gesture, singing, "Ach, voi seni, moi seni." Ah, my cottage, while 20 voices took up the refrain, and a spoon-maker, disregarding the weight of his equipment, friskily danced ahead and walked backwards before the company, shrugging his shoulders and making gestures of defiance with his spoons. The soldiers, clapping their hands in time with the measure of the song, marched in step. Behind them were heard the rattle of wheels, the creaking of springs, and the trampling of horses' feet. It was Kutuzov and his suite, on their way back to the city. The commander-in-chief signified that the men should keep on as they were, and he and all his suite showed by their faces how much they enjoyed the music of the songs, the sight of dancing soldier, and the bold and buoyant appearance of the company. Conspicuous in the second file of the right flank, near which the calash passed, was Dolokhov, the blue-eyed private, as he marched along with an extraordinarily bold and graceful gait, keeping time to the song and looking into the faces of the passing officers with an expression that seemed to smack of pity for all that did not march with his company. The cornet of hussars in Kutuzov's suite, who had mimicked the regimental commander, fell behind the calash and drew up along Dolokhov. Zherkov, this cornet of hussars, had at one time belonged to the same wild set in Petersburg of which Dolokhov was the leader. Here abroad, Zherkov met Dolokhov in the ranks, but did not find it expedient to recognize him at first. Now, however, since Kutuzov had set the example by talking with the degraded officer, he went to him with all the cordiality of an old friend. "My dear fellow, how are you?" said he, right in the midst of the song, as he walked his horse abreast of the company. "How am I?" replied Dolokhov. "As you see." The military song gave special significance to the tone of easy good fellowship in which Zherkov spoke, and the pronounced coolness of Dolokhov's answer. "And how do you get along with your chiefs?" asked Zherkov. "All right. Good fellows. How did you manage to get on the staff?" "I am attached. On duty." Neither spoke. "Vyupuskala Sokolt, da is pravava rukad." She unleashed the falcon, and from the right sleeve, rang out the song, involuntarily inspiring a bold, blithe feeling. Their talk would probably have been different if they had not spoken while the singing was in progress. "Is it true that the Austrians are beaten?" asked Dolokhov. "The devil only knows, so they say." "I'm glad of it," exclaimed Dolokhov curtly, as though the song demanded it of him. "Say, come to us this evening. You'll have a chance at faro," said Zherkov. "Did you bring a good deal of money with you?" "Come." "I can't. I've sworn off. I neither drink nor play till I'm promoted." "Well, that'll come first engagement." "We shall see." Again they relapsed into silence. "Look in, anyway, if you need anything. The staff will help you." Dolokhov laughed. "Don't make yourself uneasy. If I need anything, I shall not ask for it. I'll take it." Well, I mean, well, and so do I mean. Goodbye. Farewell. I wysoko I daleko, Narodomu Storanu. High and far in our fatherland. Zherkov put spurs to his horse, which pranced and danced, not knowing with which foot to start, and then, with a spring, galloped off, leaving the company far behind, and overtook the calash, while still the rhythm of the song seemed to wing its feet. End of Chapter 2. Part 2, Chapter 3 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. On his return from the review, Kutuzov, accompanied by the Austrian general, went into his private room, and calling his adjutant, bade him bring certain papers relating to the state of the troops, and some letters received from the Archduke Ferdinand, the commander of the army of the van. Prince Andrei Bolkonsky came into the commander-in-chief's office with the desired papers. Kutuzov and the member of the Hofkriegsrath were sitting at a table on which was spread a map. "Ah," said Kutuzov, with a glance at Bolkonsky, signifying by his exclamation that the adjutant was to wait, while at the same time he went on in French with the conversation that he had begun. "I have only one thing to say, General," proceeded Kutuzov, with a pleasing elegance of diction and accent which constrained one to listen to each deliberately spoken word. It was evident that Kutuzov took pleasure in hearing himself. "I have only one thing to say, General. If the matter depends solely on me, then the desire of His Majesty the Emperor of France would long ago have been fulfilled. I should long ago have joined the Archduke, and I assure you, on my honor, that for me personally, I should have rejoiced to give over the supreme command of the armies to a general so much more learned and more experienced than myself, and such men abound in Austria, and to be relieved of the heavy responsibility. But circumstances are often beyond our control, General." And Kutuzov smiled with an expression that seemed to say, "You are at perfect liberty not to put any confidence in what I say, and it is absolutely of no consequence to me whether you believe me or not, but you have no need to tell me so, and that's all there is of it." The Austrian general looked dissatisfied, but could not do otherwise than reply in the same tone. "On the contrary," said he, in a querulous and angry tone, that to put the lie to the flattering intention of his words. "On the contrary, His Majesty highly appreciates the part that you have taken in the common cause, but we think that the present delay will rob the brave Russian army and their generals of those laurels which they are in the habit of winning in war," he rejoined, in a phrase evidently prepared beforehand. Kutuzov bowed but still continued to smile. "Well, such is my idea of it, and relying upon the last letter which His Highness the Archduke Ferdinand has done me the honor of writing me, I have no doubt that the Austrian army, under the command of such an experienced coadjutor as General Mack, has already won a decisive victory and no longer needs our aid," said Kutuzov. The general frowned. There was indeed no accurate information about the condition of the Austrians, yet there was a preponderating weight of circumstantial evidence in favor of the unfavorable rumors that were in circulation, and therefore Kutuzov's assumptions of an Austrian victory seemed very much like a jest. But Kutuzov smiled blandly, with an expression that seemed to affirm his right to make this assumption. In fact, the last letter that he had received from Mack's army informed him of a probable victory, and of the very advantageous strategical position of his army. "Give me that letter," said Kutuzov, addressing Prince Andrei. "Have the goodness to listen to this." And Kutuzov, with an ironical smile hovering on his lips, read in German to the Austrian general the following passage from the Archduke Ferdinand's letter. "We have our forces perfectly concentrated, nearly 70,000 strong, so that we can attack and defeat the enemy should he attempt to cross the Lech. Since we are masters of Ulm, we cannot lose the advantage of having control of both banks of the Danube. Moreover, should the enemy not cross the Lech, we can at any moment take the other side of the Danube, attack his line of communication, and, by recrossing the Danube lower down, instantly nullify his plans, if he should think of turning the main body of his forces against our faithful allies. Thus we can confidently wait the moment when the Imperial Russian army is ready to join us, and then easily find an opportunity in common to inflict upon the enemy the fate that he deserves." Kutuzov drew a long breath when he had finished this passage, and looked with a sympathetic and kindly expression at the member of the Hofkriegsrath. "But you know, Your Excellency, that the law of courage advises you to be prepared for the worst," said the Austrian general, evidently anxious to have done with jokes and take up serious business. He involuntarily glanced at the adjutant. "Excuse me, General," exclaimed Kutuzov, interrupting him and also turning to Prince Andrei. "See here, my dear fellow. Get from Kozlovsky all the reports from our spies. Here are 2 letters from Count Nostitz, and here's a letter from the Archduke Ferdinand, another still," said he, handing him a quantity of papers. "Have an abstract of these made out neatly in French, as a memorandum, so that we can see at a glance all the facts that we have in regard to the doings of the Austrian army. Now then, when it is done you will hand it to His Excellency." Prince Andrei inclined his head as a sign that he comprehended from the very first word not only all that Kutuzov had said, but all that he meant to say to him. He gathered up the papers, and with a general salutation went into the reception room, stepping noiselessly over the soft carpet. Notwithstanding the fact that not much time had elapsed since Prince Andrei had left Russia, he had greatly changed. In the expression of his face, in his motions, in his gait, there was almost nothing to be recognized of his former affectation, lassitude, and laziness. He had the appearance of a man who had no time to think about the impression that he produced upon others, but who was occupied with pleasant and interesting work. His face showed more of contentment with himself and his surroundings. His smile and glance were more cheerful and attractive. Kutuzov, whom he joined in Poland, had received him very warmly and promised not to forget him, treated him with more distinction than his other adjutants, and had taken him to Vienna with him and entrusted him with the most important duties. From Vienna, Kutuzov sent a letter to his old comrade, Prince Andrei's father. "Your son," he wrote, "bids fair to become an officer who will be distinguished for his quickness of perception, his firmness, and his faithfulness. I count myself fortunate in having such a helpmeet." Among the officers of Kutuzov's staff and in the army generally, Prince Andrei bore 2 diametrically opposite reputations, just the same as in Petersburg society. One party, the minority, regarded Prince Andrei as in some way different from themselves and all other people, and expected him to achieve the most brilliant success. They listened to him, praised him, and imitated him, and Prince Andrei was on pleasant and easy terms with these men. The other party, the majority, were not fond of Prince Andrei. They considered him haughty, cold, and disagreeable. But Prince Andrei had succeeded in winning their respect and even their fear. Coming into the reception room from Kutuzov's cabinet, Prince Andrei took his papers to one of his colleagues, the adjutant Kozlovsky, who was on duty and was sitting with a book at the window. "Well, what is it, Prince?" asked Kozlovsky. "You are ordered to draw up a memorandum to account for our not advancing." "But why?" Prince Andrei shrugged his shoulders. "Any news of Mack?" "No." "If it were true that he is defeated, we should have heard of it by this time." "Probably," rejoined Prince Andrei, and started for the outer door. But at that very instant the door was flung almost into his face, and a tall Austrian general, in an overcoat, and with his head swathed in a dark handkerchief, and with the order of Maria Theresa around his neck, hurried into the room, having evidently just arrived from a journey. Prince Andrei paused. "General-in-Chief Kutuzov?" hurriedly demanded the newly arrived general, with a strong German accent, and looking anxiously on all sides, started without delay for the door of the general's private room. "The general-in-chief is engaged," said Kozlovsky, hastening toward the unknown general and barring the way to the cabinet. "Whom shall I announce?" The unknown general looked scornfully down on the diminutive Kozlovsky, and seemed to be amazed that he was not recognized. "The general-in-chief is engaged," repeated Kozlovsky calmly. The general's face contracted, his lips drew together and trembled. He drew out a notebook, quickly wrote something in pencil, tore out the leaf and handed it to the adjutant. Then, with quick steps, he walked over to the window, threw himself into a chair, and surveyed those in the room, as though asking why they stared at him so. Then the general lifted his head, stretched out his neck as though he were about to say something, and then, affecting to hum to himself, produced a strange sound, instantly swallowed. The office door opened, and Kutuzov himself appeared on the threshold. The general, with the bandaged head, who had apparently escaped from some peril, bowed and hastened with long swift strides across the room toward Kutuzov. "Vous voyez la Maharut Mach," said he in a broken voice. Kutuzov's face, as he stood at his office door, remained perfectly unchangeable for several moments. Then a frown ran like a wave across his brow and passed off, leaving his face as serene as before. He respectfully bent his head, shut his eyes, silently allowed Mac to pass in front of him into the office, and then closed the door behind him. The rumor, already spread abroad, as to the defeat of the Austrians and the surrender of the whole army at Ulm, was thus proved to be correct. Within half an hour, adjutants were flying about in all directions with orders for the Russian army, till now inactive, to prepare immediately to meet the enemy. Prince Andrei was one of those uncommon staff officers whose interest is concentrated on the general operations of the war. On seeing Mac, and learning the particulars of his defeat, he realized that half of the campaign was lost, and appreciated the painfully difficult situation of the Russian army, while his imagination vividly pictured the fate that was awaiting the army and the part which he was about to play in it. In spite of himself, he experienced a strong feeling of delight at the thought of the shame that Austria had brought upon herself, and that perhaps within a week he would have a chance to witness and take part in an encounter between the Russians and the French, the first since the time of Suvorov. But he feared lest Bonaparte's genius should show itself superior to the valor of the Russian troops, and at the same time he could not bear the thought of his hero suffering disgrace. Agitated and stirred by these thoughts, Prince Andrei started for his room to write his father, to whom he sent a daily letter. In the corridor he fell in with his roommate, Nesvitsky, and the buffoon, Zherkov. As usual, they were laughing and joking. "Why are you so down in the mouth?" asked Nesvitsky, noticing Prince Andrei's pale face and flashing eyes. "There's nothing to be gay about," replied Bolkonsky. Just as Prince Andrei joined Nesvitsky and Zherkov, there came toward them from the other end of the corridor the Austrian general, Strauch, who was attached to Kutuzov's staff, to look after the commissariat of the Russian army. He was with the member of the Hofkriegsrath, who had arrived the evening before. There was plenty of room in the wide corridor for the general to pass without incommoding 3 officers, but Zherkov, giving Nesvitsky a push, exclaimed in a hurried voice, "They are coming! They are coming! Stand aside, please! Please make room!" The generals came along, evidently desiring to avoid embarrassing etiquette. A stupid smile spread over the buffoon Zherkov's face. "Your Excellency," said he in German, as he stepped forward and addressed the Austrian general, "I have the honor of congratulating you." He made a low bow and, awkwardly, like a child learning to dance, began to scrape first with one foot, then with the other. The member of the Hofkriegsrath gave him a stern look, but concluding, by his idiotic smile, that he was in earnest, he was constrained to listen for a moment. He frowned, to show that he was listening. "I have the honor of congratulating you. General Mack has come. He's perfectly well, save for a slight wound here," said he, with a radiant smile, pointing to his forehead. The general frowned and turned away, and went on his way. "Heavens! What simplicity!" said he, angrily, after he had gone a few steps. Nesvitsky, with a laugh, threw his arms around Prince Andrei, but the latter, paler than ever, and with a wrathful look on his face, pushed him aside, and turned to Zherkov. The nervous excitement induced by the sight of Mack, by the news of his defeat, and the thoughts of what was awaiting the Russian army, found its outlet in wrath at this ill-timed jest of Zherkov's. "If you, my dear sir," he exclaimed scornfully, while his lower jaw twitched a little, "choose to be a buffoon, why I cannot hinder you. But I assure you that if you dare a second time to act like a fool in my presence, I will teach you how to behave." Nesvitsky and Zherkov were so amazed at this outburst that all they could do was to look in silence at Bolkonsky with wide open eyes. "Why, I only congratulated them," said Zherkov. "I am not jesting with you. Be good enough to hold your tongue," cried Bolkonsky, and taking Nesvitsky by the arm he drew him away from Zherkov, who found nothing to say. "Well, now, what's the matter, brother?" asked Nesvitsky in a soothing tone. "What's the matter?" repeated Prince Andrei, pausing in his excitement. "Why, you know well enough. Either we are officers in the service of our Tsar and our country, rejoicing at our common success and grieving over our common failure, or we are lackeys who have no interest in our master's concerns. 40,000 men massacred and the army of our allies destroyed, and still you find it something to laugh at," said he, as though these last sentences, which were spoken in French, added to the effect of what he was saying. "It is well enough for a trifler, un garçon de rien, like that fellow whom you have made your friend. Only street Arabs could find amusement in such things," said Prince Andrei, suddenly changing to Russian again, but pronouncing the Russian word for street Arab with a French accent. Noticing that Zherkov was still within hearing, he waited to see if the cornet had any answer to make. But Zherkov went away and left the corridor. End of Chapter 3. Part 2, Chapter 4 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. The Pavlograd regiment of hussars was encamped 2 miles from Braunau. The squadron in which Nikolai Rostov served as Junker was quartered in the German village of Salzenek. The squadron commander, Captain Denisov, who was known to the entire cavalry division as Vaska Denisov, had been assigned to the best house in the village. Junker Rostov had shared the captain's quarters ever since he joined the regiment in Poland. On the very same October day when at headquarters all had been thrown into excitement by the news of Mack's defeat, the camp life of the squadron was going on in its usual tranquil course. Denisov, who had been playing a losing game of cards all night long, had not yet returned to his rooms, when Rostov, early in the morning, rode up on horseback from his foraging tour. He was in his Junker uniform, and, as he galloped up to the doorstep and threw his leg over with the agile dexterity of youth, he paused a moment in the stirrup, as though sorry to dismount, but at last sprang lightly from the horse and called the orderly. "Hey, Bondarenko, my dear fellow," he shouted to the hussar, who hurried forth to attend to the horse. "Lead him about a little, my friend," said he, with that fraternal geniality with which handsome young men are apt to treat everybody when they are happy. "I will, your illustriousness," replied the little Russian, gaily shaking his head. "See that you walk him about well." Another hussar also hastened up to attend to the horse, but Bondarenko had already taken the bridle. It was evident that the Junker gave handsome fees and that it was a pleasure to serve him. Rostov smoothed the horse's neck, then his flank, and turned and looked back from the step. "Excellent. He'll be a horse worth having," said he to himself, and then smiling and picking up his saber, he mounted the steps with clinking spurs. The German who owned the house glanced up as he worked in his shirt sleeves and nightcap, pitching over manure in the cowhouse. The German's face always lighted at the sight of Rostov. He gaily smiled and winked. Good morning," he reiterated, evidently taking great satisfaction in giving the young man his morning greeting. "Busy already, schön fleißig?" asked Rostov, with the same good-natured, friendly smile, which so well became his animated face. "Hurrah for the Austrians! Hurrah for Russians! Hurrah for the Kaiser Alexander!" he shouted, repeating the words which his German host was fond of saying. The German laughed, came out from the door of the cowhouse, took off his nightcap, and waving it over his head, cried, "Hurrah for the whole world, und die ganze Welt hoch!" Rostov, following the German's example, waved his forage cap around his head, and with a merry laugh shouted, "Und vivant die ganze Welt!" Long live the whole world. Although there was no special reason for rejoicing, either on the part of the German who was engaged in pitching manure, or for Rostov, who had been on a long ride with his men after hay, Nevertheless, both men looked at each other with joyous enthusiasm and brotherly love, nodded their heads to show that they understood each other, and then separated with a smile, the German to his cow-house, and Rostov to the cottage which he and Denisov shared together. "Where's the Baron?" he asked of Lavrushka, Denisov's rascally valet, who was known to the whole regiment. "He hasn't been in since evening, probably been losing at cards," replied Lavrushka. "I have learned that if he has good luck, he comes in early and in high spirits, but if he does not get in before morning, it means he's been losing, and he'll come in mad enough. Will you have coffee?" "Yes, give me some." In less than 10 minutes, Lavrushka brought the coffee. "He's coming," he said. "Now we'll get it." Rostov glanced out the window and saw Denisov meandering home. He was a little man, with a red face, brilliant black eyes, and dark mustache, and hair all in disorder. He wore a hussar's pelisse unbuttoned, wide, sagging pantaloons, and a hussar's cap on the back of his head. He came up the steps in a gloomy mood, with hanging head. "Lavushka," he cried in a loud, surly voice, "here, you blockhead, take this off." "Don't you see I am taking it off?" replied Lavrushka's voice. "Ah, you up already?" asked Denisov, as he came into the cottage. "Long ago," replied Rostov. "I've been after hay, and I saw Fraulein Matilda." "So ho! And there I have been, brother, losing horribly all night, like a son of a dog," cried Denison, slurring over his R's. "Such horrid bad luck, perfectly horrid. The moment you left, luck changed. Hey, tea!" Denisov snarled with a sort of smile that showed his short, sound teeth, and began to run the short fingers of both hands through his thick, black hair that stood up like a forest. "The devil himself drove me to that Wat," the officer's nickname was the Rat, said he, rubbing his forehead and face with both hands. "Just imagine, didn't have a single cod, not one, not a single one." Denisov took out the pipe which he had been smoking, knocked the ashes into his palm, and scattering the fire, laid it upon the floor, and went on shouting. "Simple stakes, lose the doubles, simple stakes, lose the doubles." After he had scattered the fire, he broke his pipe in two and flung it away. Then, after a silence, he suddenly looked up at Rostov, with his bright black eyes full of merriment. "If there were only some women here, but here there's nothing to do but drink. If we could only have a wound of fighting. Who's there?" he cried, going to the door, on hearing the sound of heavy boots and the jingling of spurs in the next room. "The quartermaster," announced Lavrushka. Denisov frowned still more portentously. "Twat it!" he exclaimed, flinging his friend a purse containing a few gold pieces. "Wustov, count it, chicken. See how much is left, then hide it under my pillow," said he, and went out to see the quartermaster. Rostov took the money, and mechanically making little heaps of the new and old coins, according to their denominations, began to count them. "Ah, Telyanin, how d'ye? Got done up last night," Denisov was heard saying in the next room. "Where? At Brukov's, at the Rats. I heard about it," said a second, thin voice, and immediately after Lieutenant Telyanin, a young officer of the same squadron, came into the room. Rostov thrust the purse under the pillow and pressed the little moist hand that was held out to him. Telyanin had been removed from the Guards shortly before the campaign, for some reason or other. He now conducted himself very decently in the regiment, but he was not liked, and Rostov, especially, could not conquer or even conceal his unreasonable antipathy to this officer. "Well, young cavalier, how does my Grachik suit you?" Grachik, or young rook, was a saddle horse that Telyanin had sold Rostov. The lieutenant never looked the man with whom he was talking straight in the eye. His eyes were constantly wandering from one object to another. "I saw you riding him this morning." "First rate. He's a good horse," said Rostov, in spite of the fact that the animal for which he had given 700 rubles was worth half the price he had paid. "He's begun to go lame in the front foreleg." "Hoof cracked. That's nothing. I will teach you or show you what kind of a rivet to put on." "Yes, show me, please," said Rostov. "I will show you, certainly I will. It's no secret. And you will thank me for the horse." I'll have him brought right round," said Rostov, anxious to get rid of Telyanin, and he went out to give his orders. In the entry, Denisov, with a pipe in his mouth, was sitting cross-legged on the threshold in front of the quartermaster, who was making his report. When he saw Rostov, Denisov made a face and pointing with his thumb over his shoulder into the room where Telyanin was, scowled still more darkly, and shuddered with aversion. "Ugh, I don't like that young fellow," said he, undeterred by the quartermaster's presence. Rostov shrugged his shoulders, as much as to say, "Nor I either, but what is to be done about it?" and having given his orders, returned to Telyanin. The latter was still sitting in the same indolent position in which Rostov had left him, rubbing his small white hands. "What repugnant people one has to meet," said Rostov to himself as he went into the room. "Well, did you order the horse brought round?" asked Telyanin, getting up and carelessly looking around. "I did." "Come on, then. I just ran over to ask Denisov about today's orders, that was all. Have they come in yet, Denisov?" "Not yet. Where are you going?" "Oh, I'm just going to show this young man how to shoe his horse," replied Telyanin. They went out down the front steps to the stable. The lieutenant showed Rostov how to make a rivet, and then went home. When Rostov returned, he found Denisov sitting at the table with a bottle of vodka and a sausage before him, and writing with a sputtering pen. He looked gloomily into Rostov's face. "I'm writing to her," said he. He leaned his elbow on the table with the pen in his hand, and told to his friend what his letter was to be, evidently taking real delight in the chance of saying faster than he could write all that he had in his mind to put on the paper. "Do you see, my friend," said he, "we are asleep when we are not in love. We are children of the dust. But when you are in love, then you are like God. You are as pure as on the first day of creation. Who is there? Send him to the devil. I have no time," he cried to Lavrushka, who came up to him not in the least abashed. "What can I do? It's your own order. It's the quartermaster come back for the money." Denisov scowled, opened his mouth to shout something, but made no sound. "Nasty job," he muttered to himself. "How much money was there left in that purse?" he asked Rostov. 7 new pieces and 3 old ones." "Ach, dwat it! Well, what are you standing there for, like a booby? Fetch in the quartermaster," cried Denisov to Lavrushka. "Please, Denisov, take some of my money. You see I have plenty," said Rostov, reddening. "I don't like to bawa on my friends. I don't like it," declared Denisov. "But if you don't let me lend you money, comrade fashion, I shall be offended," insisted Rostov. "Truly, I have plenty." "No, indeed, I shan't." And Denisov went to the bed to get the purse from under the pillow. "Where did you put it, Rostov?" "Under the bottom pillow." "It isn't there." Denisov flung both pillows on the floor. There was no purse there. "That's strange." "Hold on. Didn't you throw it out?" asked Rostov, picking up the pillows and shaking them, and then hauling off the bedclothes and shaking them. But there was no purse. "I could not have forgotten it, could I?" "No. I remember very well thinking how you kept it like a treasure trove under your pillow. Where is it?" he demanded to Lavrushka. "I haven't been into the room. It must be where you put it." "But it isn't." "That is always the way with you. You throw it down and then forget all about it. Look in your pockets." "No. If I had not thought about the treasure trove," said Rostov, "and I remember putting it there." Lavrushka tore the whole bed apart, looked under it, under the table, searched everywhere in the room, and then stood still in the middle of the room. Denisov silently followed all his motions, and when Lavrushka in amazement spread open his hands, he glanced at Rostov. "Rostov, stop your schoolboy twicks." Rostov, conscious of Denisov's gaze fixed upon him, raised his eyes and instantly dropped them again. The blood, till then contained somewhere below his throat, rushed in an overmastering flood into his face and eyes. He could not get a breath. "There has been no one in the room except the lieutenant and yourselves. It is nowhere to be found," said Lavrushka. "Now, you devil's puppet, fly round, hunt for it," suddenly cried Denisov, growing livid and starting toward the valet with a threatening gesture. "Find me that purse, or I'll horsewhip you. I'll horsewhip you all." Rostov, avoiding Denisov's glance, began to button up his jacket, adjusted his saber, and put on his cap. "I tell you, give me that purse," cried Denisov, shaking his man by the shoulders and pushing him against the wall. "Denisov, let him go. I know who took it," said Rostov, going toward the door and not lifting his eyes. Denisov paused, considered a moment, and evidently perceiving whom Rostov meant, seized him by the arm. "Wubbish!" he cried, the veins on his face and neck standing out like cords. "I tell you, you are beside yourself, and I won't have it. The purse is here. I'll take the hide off this wascal, and I'll get it." "I know who took it," repeated Rostov in a trembling voice, and went to the door. "But I tell you, don't you dare to do it," cried Denisov, throwing himself on the yunker to hold him back. But Rostov freed his arm, and with as much anger as though Denisov were his worst enemy, gave him a direct and heavy blow right between the eyes. "Do you realize what you are saying?" he cried in a trembling voice. "He is the only person beside myself who has been in the room. Of course, if it was not he, then—" He could not finish and rushed from the room. "Ah, the devil take you and all the West," were the last words that Rostov caught. He went straight to Telyanin's rooms. "My baron's not at home. He went to headquarters," said Telyanin's man. "Why, has anything happened?" he added, surprised at the yunker's distorted face. "No, nothing." "You just missed him," said the man. Headquarters were 3 versts from Salzenek. Rostov, without returning home, took a horse and galloped off to headquarters. In the village occupied by the staff was a tavern where the officers resorted. Rostov went to this tavern. At the doorsteps he saw Telyanin's horse. The lieutenant himself was sitting in the second room of the tavern with a plate of sausages and a bottle of wine. "Ah, so you have come too, young man," said he, smiling and lifting his brows. "Yes," said Rostov, though it required the greatest effort to speak this monosyllable, and he took his seat at the next table. Neither said more. 2 Germans and a Russian officer were the other occupants of the room. No one was talking, and the only sounds were the rattle of knives and forks and the lieutenant's munching. When Telyanin had finished his breakfast, he pulled out of his pocket a double purse, and with his delicate white fingers, which turned up at the ends, slipped up the ring, took out a gold piece, and lifting his brows, gave it to the waiter. "Please make haste," said he. The gold piece was new. Rostov got up and went to Telyanin. "Allow me to look at your purse," he said in a quiet, almost inaudible voice. With wandering eyes and still lifted brows, Telyanin handed him the purse. "Yes, it's a handsome little purse, isn't it?" "Yes," said he, and suddenly turned pale. "Look at it, youngster," he added. Rostov took the purse into his hand and looked at it, and at the money that was in it, and at Telyanin. The lieutenant glanced around in his usual way, and apparently became suddenly very merry. "If we ever get to Vienna, I shall leave all this there, but there's nothing to get with it in these filthy little towns," said he. "Will you give it back to me, youngster? I must be going." Rostov said nothing. "And you, aren't you going to have some breakfast? Pretty good fare," continued Telyanin. "Give it to me." He stretched out his hand and took hold of the purse. Rostov let it go. Telyanin took the purse and began to let it slip into the pocket of his riding trousers, and his brows went up higher than usual, and his mouth slightly parted as much as to say, "Yes, yes, I will put my purse in my pocket, and it is a very simple matter, and it is no one's business at all." "Well, what is it, youngster?" said he, sighing and glancing into Rostov's eyes from under his raised eyebrows. Something like a swift electric flash darted from Telyanin's eyes into Rostov's, and was darted back again, and again, all in a single instant. "Come here with me," said Rostov, taking Telyanin by the arm. He drew him almost to the window. "This money is Denisov's. You took it," he whispered in his ear. "What? What? How do you dare? What?" exclaimed Telyanin. But his words sounded like a mournful cry of despair and a prayer for forgiveness. As soon as Rostov heard this note in his voice, it seemed as though a great stone of doubt had fallen from his heart. He was rejoiced and at the same time felt sincere pity for the unhappy man standing before him, but he was obliged to carry the matter to the end. There are men here. God knows what they will think, stammered Telyanin, seizing his cap and starting for a small unoccupied room. We must have an explanation. I know this and can prove it, said Rostov. All the muscles of Telyanin's scared, pale face began to tremble. His eyes kept wandering, though they were fixed on the floor, and never once raised to Rostov's, and something like a sob was heard. Count, don't ruin a young fellow. Here's that wretched money. Take it. He threw it on the table. I have a father who is an old man. I have a mother. Rostov took the money, avoiding Telyanin's gaze, and, not saying a word, started to leave the room. But at the door he paused and turned back. My God, said he, with tears in his eyes. How could you have done it? Count, said Telyanin, coming towards the Yunker. Don't touch me, cried Rostov, drawing himself up. If you need this money, take it. He tossed him the purse and hurried out of the tavern. End of Chapter 4. Part 2, Chapter 5 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. On the evening of the same day, a lively discussion took place in Denisov's rooms between some of the officers of the squadron. But I tell you, Rostov, that it's your business to apologize to the regimental commander, said the second captain, a tall man with grayish hair, enormous mustache, and powerful wrinkled features. Captain Kirsten had twice been reduced to the ranks for affairs of honor, and twice promoted again. I will not allow anyone to call me a liar, cried Rostov, who flushed crimson and was in a great state of excitement. He told me that I lied, and I told him that he lied, and there the matter rests. He may keep me on duty every day. He may put me under arrest, but neither he nor anyone else can force me to apologize. If he, as regimental commander, considers it improper to give me satisfaction, then— Yes, yes, calm yourself, Batyushka. Listen to me, interrupted Captain Kirsten, in his deep, bass voice, calmly twirling his mustaches. You told the regimental commander, in the presence of other officers, that an officer had stolen. It wasn't my fault that the conversation took place before other officers. Maybe it was not best to have spoken before them, but I am not a diplomat. That is why I joined the hussars. I thought that here, at least, such fine distinctions were not necessary. And he told me that I lied. Let him give me satisfaction then. That's all very good. No one thinks that you are a coward, but that isn't the point. Ask Denisov. Put it to anyone, if a yunker can demand satisfaction of his regimental commander. Denisov, chewing his mustache, was listening to the discussion with a gloomy expression of countenance, evidently not wishing to take any part in it. In reply to the captain's question, he shook his head. In the presence of other officers, you spoke to the regimental commander about this rascality, continued the second captain. Bogdanuich, so the regimental commander was called. Bogdanuich shut you up. He did not shut me up. He told me that I was lying. Well, have it so, but you were saying foolish things to him and you ought to apologize. Not for the world, cried Rostov. I did not think that of you, said the captain, seriously and sternly. You are unwilling to apologize, and yet, Batyushka, you are in fault, not only towards him, but towards the whole regiment, towards all of us. This is the way of it. If you had only thought, if you had only taken advice as to how to move in this matter, but no, you out with it, right before other officers too. Well, then, what can the regimental commander do? Must he bring the other officer before a court-martial and disgrace the whole regiment? Insult the whole regiment on account of a single rogue? Is that your idea of it? Well, it isn't ours. And Bogdanuich was a brave fellow. He told you that you were not telling the truth. Disagreeable, but what else could he do? You found your match, and now, when we want to hush it up, you, out of sheer obstinacy and pride, aren't willing to apologize, but want to have everybody know about it. You are offended because you are put on extra duty, because you are required to apologize to an old and honored officer. Even if it were not Bogdanuich, our honorable and brave old colonel, even then you would be offended and would be willing to insult the whole regiment, would you? The captain's voice began to tremble. Yes, Batyushka, You, who will perhaps not be in the regiment a year from now, today here, tomorrow transferred somewhere as adjutant, you don't care a fig if it is said, thieves, in the Pavlograd regiment. But it isn't all the same to us. What do you say, Denisov? It isn't a matter of indifference, is it?" Denisov had kept silent all the time, and did not move, though he occasionally glanced at Rostov from his brilliant black eyes. "Your pride is so dear to you that you aren't willing to apologize," continued the captain. "We old men who have grown up, and are going to die, if God grant it, in the regiment, guard its honor dearly, and Bogdanuitch knows it. Oh, how we love it, Batyushka! And this is not good of you, not good at all. Get mad if you please, but I shall always stick to mother truth. You're all wrong." And the captain got up and turned his back on Rostov. "White, devil take it!" screamed Denisov, jumping up. "Now then, Wostov, now then." Rostov, flushing, turned pale, looked first at one and then at the other officer. "No, gentlemen, no, you do not think. I see that you are perfectly mistaken in your opinion of me. For my own sake, for the honor of the regiment, what am I saying? And I will prove it. Yes, for my own sake and the honor of the regiment. Well, it's all the same. You're right. I was to blame." Tears stood in his eyes. "I was to blame all around. Now what more do you want?" "That's the way to do it," cried the captain, turning round and slapping him on the shoulder with his big hand. "I tell you," cried Denisov, "he's a glorious young fellow." "That's the best way, Count," repeated the captain, as though the giving him his title made his words more emphatic. "Go and apologize, your illustriousness, that's it." "Gentlemen, I won't do anything. No one shall ever hear another word from me," declared Rostov in a low, supplicating voice. "But I cannot apologize, by heavens, I cannot. How can you expect it? How can I apologize like a little schoolboy begging forgiveness?" Denisov laughed. "So much the worse for you. Bogdanuitch is spiteful. You will pay for your stubbornness," said Kirsten. "By God, 'tis not stubbornness. I cannot describe every feeling for you. I assure you, I cannot." "Well, do just as you please," said the captain. "By the way, where is this worthless scamp?" asked he of Denisov. "He reported himself ill. He's to be struck off the list in tomorrow's orders," replied Denisov. "Well, it's a kind of illness. There's no other way of explaining it," said the captain. "Whether illness or not, he'd better not come into my sight. I'd kill him," cried Denisov in a most bloodthirsty manner. At this instant, Zherkov came into the room. "What are you doing here?" demanded the officer, turning to the newcomer. "An expedition, gentlemen. Mack and his army have surrendered. It's all up with them." "What a story! I saw him myself." "What? You saw Mack alive, with his hands and his feet? An expedition! An expedition! Give him a bottle for bringing such news. But how came you here?" "I am sent back to my regiment on account of that devil of a Mack. The Austrian general complained of me. I congratulated him on Mack's arrival. How are you, Rostov? Just out of a bath?" "My dear boy, we've been having such a stew here, these 2 days." The regimental adjutant came in and confirmed the news brought by Zherkov. The regiment was ordered to break camp the next day. "An expedition, gentlemen." "Well, glory to God for that. No more inaction." End of chapter 5. Part 2, Chapter 6 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Kutuzov was retreating toward Vienna, destroying the bridges behind him over the river Inn at Braunau and over the river Twan at Linz. On the 4th of November, the Russian army were crossing the river Enns. At noon, the baggage wagons, the artillery, and the columns of the army stretched through the city of Enns on both sides of the river. It was a mild autumnal day, but showery. The wide prospect commanded by the height where stood the Russian batteries protecting the bridge was now suddenly veiled by a muslin-like curtain of slanting rain, then again was suddenly still further broadened so that distant objects stood out distinctly, gleaming in the sunlight as though they were varnished. At their feet lay the little city with its white houses and red roofs, its cathedral and the bridge, on both ends of which the Russian troops could be seen, pouring along in dense masses. Down the bend of the Danube, where it was joined by the waters of the Enns, could be seen boats and an island with a castle and park. Farther still was the left bank of the river, with bold rocks and overgrown with evergreens, while in the mysterious distance arose green mountains with deep ravines. The turrets of a monastery stood out above the wild and apparently impenetrable pine forest, and far away, on a height in front, on the same side of the river Enns, the enemy's scouts could be discerned. On the brow of the hill, among the field pieces, stood the general in command of the rear guard, with an officer of his suite making observations of the landscape with a glass. A little behind them, astride a gun carriage, sat Nesvitsky, who had been sent to the rear guard by the commander-in-chief. The Cossack who accompanied him was handing out a lunch bag and flask, and Nesvitsky was inviting the officers to share his little pies and genuine doppelkummel. The officers gaily crowded around him, some on their knees, some sitting Turkish fashion on the wet grass. Certainly that Austrian prince was no fool in building his castle there. Glorious place. You are not eating anything, gentlemen, said Nesvitsky. Thank you cordially, Prince, returned one of the officers, glad of the chance to exchange a word with such an important member of Kutuzov's suite. Yes, it is a splendid place. We went by that very park, saw a couple of deer, and it's a magnificent house. Look, Prince, said another, who would very gladly have accepted another pie, but was ashamed to do so, and was, therefore, pretending to examine the landscape. Look yonder. Our infantry have got in already. Look there, on that meadow, behind the village. 3 men are dragging something along. They'll clear out that little place quick enough, said he, with evident approval. Yes, that's so, said Nesvitsky. Ah, but I should like, he added, stuffing a pie into his handsome, moist mouth, I should like to get in yonder. He pointed to the turret convent, which could be seen on the mountainside. He smiled, and his eyes contracted and flashed. That would be some fun, gentlemen. The officers laughed. How I should like to frighten those little nuns. Italians, they say, and some of them young and pretty. Truly, I would give 5 years of my life. And they say they find it a bore, said an officer, bolder than the rest, with a laugh. Meantime, the officer of the suite, standing on the brow of the hill, was pointing out something to the general, who scrutinized it with his field-glass. Yes, that is so, said the general, gravely, taking the glass from his eye and shrugging his shoulders. You are right. They are going to fire at them as they cross the river. Why do they dawdle so? In that direction, with even the naked eye, could be seen the enemy and his battery, from which arose a milk-white puff of smoke, immediately followed by the distant report, and it could be seen how the Russian troops were hastening to get across the river. Nesvitsky dismounted from the cannon and, with a smile, went up to the general. Wouldn't your excellency like to have a bite of luncheon? He asked. It's all wrong, said the general, not answering him. Our men are so slow. Shall I not go down to them, your excellency? Asked Nesvitsky. Yes, do go down, please, replied the general, reiterating the orders that he had already given. And tell the hussars to cross last and burn the bridge, as I ordered, and see to it that no combustible materials are left in it. Very good, said Nesvitsky. He called the Cossack to bring up the horses, bade him pack up the bag and flask, and lightly swung his heavy body into the saddle. Truly, I am going to that nunnery, said he to the officers who were looking at him with a smile, and then galloped off down the path that skirted the hill. Now, then, try if you can reach them. Take good aim, Captain, said the general, turning to the officer. You'll relieve the monotony by a little fun. Serve the guns, commanded the officer, and in a minute the gunners were running with a will from their bivouac fires and beginning to load. Number 1, rang the command. Number 1 rushed spitefully away. With a deafening metallic ring, the cannon resounded, and the whizzing shell flew far away over the head of the Russians in the valley, and then a spurt of smoke showed where it had fallen and burst long before it reached the enemy. The faces of the officers and men grew radiant at this report. All leaped to their feet and watched with intense curiosity the motions of their troops in the valley below them, and the approach of the enemy, all spread out before them, as on the palm of the hand. At the moment the gun had been fired, the sun came out entirely from under the clouds, and the report of the cannon and the brilliancy of the sun mingled in one single martial and joyous impression. End of Chapter 6. Part 2, Chapter 7 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. 2 of the enemy's shots had already been fired at the men as they crossed the river, and on the bridge there was a jam. Halfway across stood Prince Nesvitsky, who had dismounted from his horse and was leaning with his stout body against the parapet. Laughing, he looked back at his Cossack, who stood a short distance behind him holding the bridles of their 2 horses. As soon as Prince Nesvitsky tried to force his way forward, the throng of soldiers and baggage wagons crowded him and forced him up against the parapet, and nothing was left for him but to wait. "Look out there, my boy," cried the Cossack to a soldier who was driving a baggage wagon and forcing his way right into the infantry as they thronged under the horses' feet and among the wheels. "Look out there. Have a little patience. Don't you see the general wants to pass?" But the driver, paying no heed to the title of general, only cried to the soldiers who blocked his way, "Hey there, boys, keep to the left, hold on." But the boys, crowding shoulder to shoulder and locking bayonets, moved on across the bridge in one unbroken mass. As Nesvitsky looked down over the parapet, he could see the swift, babbling ripples of the ends chase each other along as they bubbled, curled, and foamed around the piers of the bridge. Looking at the bridge, he saw almost incessant living waves of soldiery, tassels, shaycocks, shakos with covers, knapsacks, bayonets, and muskets, and under the shakos, faces with high cheekbones, sunken cheeks, and careless, weary eyes, and legs trampling through the mud which covered the planks of the bridge. Sometimes among the monotonous waves of the infantry, like a spurt of white foam on the ripples of the river, an officer in riding cloak would force his way through, his face noticeable for its refinement in contrast to the men. Then again, like a chip borne along on the river, a hussar on foot, an officer, a denshchik or a civilian, would be carried across the bridge by the tide of troops, and sometimes, like a log floating downstream, an officer's company or baggage wagon loaded to the top and covered with leather would roll across the bridge, submerged in the throng. "See, it's like a freshet breaking through the dike," said the Cossack, hopelessly blocked. "Say, are there many more of you to come?" "1,000,000, minus 1, replied a jolly soldier in a torn overcoat, winking as he passed. In an instant he was carried by. Behind him came an old soldier. "When he, that is the enemy, takes to making it hot for us on the bridge," said the old soldier glumly, in his Tambov dialect, addressing a comrade, "we shan't stop to scratch ourselves." And the Tambov soldier and his comrade passed beyond. Following them came a soldier riding a baggage wagon. "Where in the devil did I put my leg wrappers?" exclaimed a denshchik, hurrying behind the wagon and rummaging into the rear of it. And he in turn was borne past with the wagon. Behind them came a jovial band of soldiers who had evidently been drinking. "My dear fellow, he hit him with the butt end of his gun right in the teeth," gaily said one of the soldiers, who wore the collar of his overcoat turned up and was eagerly gesticulating. "Good for him, a regular milksop," said the other with a loud laugh. And they too passed by. So that Nesvitsky did not find out who was struck in the teeth and to whom the epithet applied. "Ugh, they're in such a hurry. Because he fired a blank cartridge, one would think they were all in danger of being killed," said a non-commissioned officer, in an angry, reproachful tone. "When it flew by me, that round shot," said a young soldier with a monstrous mouth, "I thought I was dead. Fact. I was that frightened, by God," added the soldier, scarcely restraining himself from laughing outright with pleasure at the thought of being so frightened. And he too passed on. Behind him came a vehicle unlike any that had passed so far. This was a German Vorspann, loaded apparently with the effects of a whole household. Behind the cart, which was drawn by a pair of horses driven by a German, was a handsome brindled cow with an enormous udder. On a pile of feather beds sat a woman with a baby at the breast, an old granny, and a young, healthy-looking German girl, with flaming red cheeks. Evidently, these natives were availing themselves of the general permission to remove with all their permissions. The eyes of the soldiers were fixed upon the women, and as the cart moved forward at a slow pace, step by step, all sorts of remarks were directed at the two young women. Almost all the faces wore the peculiar smile suggested by unseemly thoughts concerning them. "Look ye, that sausage there, she's moving too." "Sell me the little woman," cried another soldier to the German, who with downcast eyes walked with long strides, frightened and solemn. "Eh, ain't she gay? They're fine little devils." "There's a chance for you to make up to 'em, Foidatoff." "Did you ever see anything like it, old fellow?" "Where are you going?" asked an infantry officer, who, as he munched an apple, looked up at the pretty German girl with a half-smile. The German shut his eyes, signifying that he did not understand. "If you'd like it, take it," said the officer, giving the girl an apple. She took it and thanked him with a smile. Nesvitsky, like all the rest who were on the bridge, kept his eyes on the women till they vanished from sight. After they had passed beyond, came the same manner of soldiers with the same interchange of repartee, and then at length the train came to a halt. As often happens, the horses attached to some company's baggage wagon became entangled at the end of the bridge, and the whole line were obliged to halt. "What are they waiting for? There's no order," said the soldiers. "Don't crowd. The devil! Why can't you have patience? It will be worse than this when he sets the bridge on fire. You're crushing that officer." Such were the remarks made on all sides among the halting columns as the men looked at each other and still kept trying to push forward toward the outlet. As Nesvitsky looked under the bridge at the water of the Enns, he suddenly heard a sound that was new in his ears, of something swiftly approaching him, of something huge, and something that splashed into the water. "Did you see where that flew to?" gravely asked a soldier who was standing near and trying to follow the sound. "They are encouraging us to move a little faster," said another uneasily. Again the throng began to move along. Nesvitsky realized that it had been a cannonball. "He, Cossack, bring me my horse," he said. "You there, make way. Get out of the way. Clear the road." By main force he managed to swing himself upon his horse. By shouting constantly, he succeeded in forcing his way forward. The soldiers crowded together so as to let him pass, but immediately after pressed on his heels so that they squeezed his leg, and those who were nearest could not help themselves because they were pushed on from behind. "Nesvitsky! Nesvitsky! Is it you, you old fright?" cried a hoarse voice just behind him. Nesvitsky turned round and saw 20 paces away, but separated from him by this living mass of hurrying infantry, the handsome Vaska Denisov, shaggy as ever, with his cap on the back of his head, and with his hussar's pelisse jauntily flung back over his shoulder. "Tell these devils, these fiends, to give us womb," cried Denisov, going into a paroxysm of rage, his coal-black eyes, with their bloodshot whites, rolling and flashing while he brandished his unsheathed saber, in his bare little hand, as red as his face. "He, Vasya," replied Nesvitsky, delighted. "Is that you?" "Can't get through the squadron," cried Vaska Denisov angrily, showing his shining teeth and spurring on his handsome coal-black Bedouin, which pricked back his ears at the touch of the bayonets, and snorting and scattering around him the froth from his bit, was pawing impatiently on the planks of the bridge, apparently ready to leap over the parapet if only his rider gave the permission. "What does this mean? Like sheep, just like sheep. Out of the way, give us room to pass. Hold on there. You man, driving that wagon. Dwat it, I'll cut you into mincemeat," he cried, actually drawing his saber and beginning to flourish it. The soldiers, with frightened faces, crowded closer together, and Denisov managed to reach Nesvitsky. "So you aren't drunk today?" said Nesvitsky, as Denisov joined him. "They don't give us time to get drunk," replied Vaska. The regiment has been running this way and that way all day long. If we're going to fight, then let us fight, but the devil knows what all this means." "How fine you are these days," said Nesvitsky, glancing at his new pelisse and housings. Denisov smiled, took his scented handkerchief from his sabre-tasche, and held it to Nesvitsky's nose. "Can't help it. I'm going into action, perhaps, and so I shaved, brushed my teeth, and perfumed myself." Nesvitsky's imposing figure, with his Cossack in attendance, and Denisov's determination, as he flourished his sabre and shouted at the top of his voice, enabled them to get to the farther end of the bridge and halt the infantry. Nesvitsky there found the colonel to whom he was obliged to deliver the message, and having accomplished his errand, he rode back. After the way was cleared, Denisov reined up his horse at the exit of the bridge. Carelessly holding in his stallion that stood pawing with one hoof anxious to join his fellows, he gazed at the squadrons that were moving in his direction. The hoof-beats of the eager horses sounded hollow on the flooring of the bridge, and the squadrons with the officers riding in advance hastened to cross the bridge, 4 men abreast, and began to pour off from the other end of the road. The infantry, which had halted in the mud and were packing together, gazed at the neat, jaunty hussars riding by in good order, with that peculiar malevolent feeling of jealousy and scorn with which different branches of the service are apt to regard each other. "Very tidy, lads, but only fit for the Podnovinskoye." "What's the use of them? They're merely for show," said another. "You infantrymen, don't kick up such a dust," jestingly shouted a hussar, whose horse playfully splattered the foot soldier with mud. "If you'd been forced to march 2 stages with a knapsack, your gold lace would be tarnished," said the infantryman, wiping the mud from his face with his sleeve. "You're not a man, but a bird, on that horse." "Well now, Zikin, if they should put you on a horse, you'd have an easy time of it. You'd make a graceful rider," jestingly remarked the corporal, aiming his jest at the lean little soldier, who was bent almost double under the weight of his knapsack. "Take a broomstick between your legs. That would be a good enough horse for you," retorted the hussar. End of Chapter 7. Part 2, Chapter 8 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. The rest of the infantry hurriedly marched across the bridge, though they were crowded in the tunnel-like passage at the end. At last all the baggage wagons had crossed, the crush became less, and the last battalion marched upon the bridge. Only the hussars of Denisov's command were left on the end of the bridge toward the enemy. The enemy, though plainly visible from the heights opposite, could not as yet be seen from the level of the bridge, since from the valley, through which flows the Enns, the horizon is bounded by an eminence lying about half a verst distant. Directly in front was a plot of waste land, over which here and there moved bands of Cossack patrols. Suddenly, on the height opposite the road, appeared troops in blue capotes and accompanied by artillery. It was the French. The Cossack patrol came galloping down the road. All the officers and men of Denisov's squadron, although they tried hard to talk of different things and to look in other directions, nevertheless were unable to keep out of their thoughts what was there before them on the hill, and their eyes constantly turned to those patches which were moving against the horizon and which they knew were the troops of the enemy. It was now afternoon, and the weather had cleared. The sun was sinking brilliantly over the Danube and the forest-clad mountains that walled him in. There was no wind, and occasionally from the hilltop came the sound of bugles and the shouts of the enemy. Between the squadron and the enemy there was now no one except the Cossack patrols. The space between them was only a little more than 2,000 feet. The enemy had ceased to fire, and all the more distinctly was felt that solemn, ominous gap, unapproachable and inexorable, that divides 2 hostile armies. One step beyond that line, which is like the bourne that divides the living from the dead, and there is the unknown of suffering and death. And what is there? Who is there? There, beyond that field, beyond that tree, and that roof glittering in the sun. No one knows, and no one wishes to know, and it is terrible to pass across that line, and I know that sooner or later I shall have to cross it, and shall then know what is on that side of the line, just as inevitably as I shall know what is on the other side of death. And yet I am strong, full of life, joy, and exuberant spirits, and surrounded by other men just as full of health and exuberant spirits. Thus every man feels, even if he does not formulate it in his thought, when he comes in sight of the enemy, and this feeling lends a peculiar vividness and distinctness of impression to everything that occurs at such moments. On the hill where the enemy were arose a puff of smoke, and a cannonball, whistling, flew over the heads of the squadron of hussars. The officers, who had been standing together, scattered to their posts. The hussars began to get their horses into regular line. No one spoke in the ranks. All looked intently at the enemy and at the commander, and awaited the word of command. A second, a third shot flew over them. Evidently, the enemy were firing at the hussars, but the cannonballs, whistling as they flew swiftly by, went far over their heads and fell somewhere in the rear. The hussars did not look up, but each time that they heard the whiz of the ball, the whole squadron, as though by orders, holding their breath until the cannon shot had passed over, with their monotonously diverse faces, raised themselves in their stirrups and then settled back again. The soldiers, not turning their heads, looked at each other out of the corners of their eyes, each curious to know what impression was produced upon his neighbor. Every face, from Denisov's to the trumpeter's, showed around the lips and chin a line denoting internal struggle, excitement, and agitation. The quartermaster frowned and looked at the men as though he meditated inflicting punishment upon them. The Junker, Mironov, ducked his head each time that the ball flew over. Rostov, posted on the left flank, on his prancing Grychik, had the delighted look of a schoolboy called out before a great audience to pass his examination, in which he believes that he is going to distinguish himself. He looked at every one with a face unclouded and bright, as though asking them to bear him witness that he was perfectly calm under fire. But even in his face, the same line, indicative of something new and solemn, showed itself around his mouth, against his will. "Who's that making a bow there? Yegor Mironov? You?" "It isn't White. Look at me," cried Denisov, who could not keep still, but kept riding up and down in front of the squadron. Vaska Denisov, with his flat nose and black hair, his little bent figure, his sinewy hand with short, hairy fingers, grasping the hilt of his drawn sword, was just the same as usual, or rather, just the same as he was apt to be in the evening, after he had been drinking a couple of bottles. Only he was a trifle ruddier than ordinary, and, carrying his head very high, like a bird when it is drinking, he pitilessly plunged the spurs into the flanks of his good Bedouin, and galloped back to the other flank of the squadron, and cried out in a hoarse voice his orders that they should examine their pistols. Then he rode off toward Kirsten, the second captain, who came up to meet Denisov, walking his broad and steady-going mare. The captain, with his long mustaches, was as grave as usual, but his eyes flashed with unwonted brilliancy. "Well, how is it?" said he to Denisov. "It won't come to a fight. You'll see. We shall be ordered back." "The deuce only knows what they'll do," replied Denisov. "Ah, Wustov!" he cried to the Junker, noticing his radiant face. "Well, now's your chance," and he smiled approvingly, evidently feeling proud of the Junker. Rostov felt perfectly happy. At this moment a high officer appeared on the bridge. Denisov spurred off to meet him. "Your Excellency, let us attack 'em. I will drive 'em back." "Attack them!" cried the officer, showing his annoyance in his voice, and frowning as though at a persistent fly. "And why are you delaying here? Don't you see the flankers are withdrawing? Order your squadron back." The squadron crossed the bridge and retired beyond the reach of shots, not having lost a single man. Behind them came a second squadron which had been forming the rear guard, and last of all, the Cossacks crossed to the farther side. The two squadrons of the Pavlograd regiment, crossing the bridge one after another, galloped up the road. The regimental commander, Karl Bogdanovich Schubert, overtook Denisov's squadron and walked his horse along, not far from Rostov, but without giving him the slightest notice, although it was the first time that they had met since their quarrel about Telyagin. Rostov, who, now that he was in line, realized that he was in the power of the man toward whom he felt guilty, did not take his eyes from the colonel's athletic back, the light hair at the back of his head, and his red neck. Sometimes, it seemed to Rostov that Bogdanuich was merely pretending not to notice him, and that his whole aim now was to try the yunker's courage, and he straightened himself up and looked around him gaily. Then, again, it seemed to him that Bogdanuich rode close to him to display his own courage. Now it occurred to him that his opponent was going to send the squadron into some forlorn hope in order to punish him. And then again it occurred to him that after the affray he would come to him and magnanimously extend to him the hand of reconciliation, in honor of the wound which he should receive. The high-shouldered Zherkov, well known to the Pavlograd boys, having not long since been in their regiment, came riding up to the regimental commander. Zherkov, after his dismissal from the general's staff, had not remained in the regiment, saying that he was not such a fool as to put on the tugging collar in the ranks when, by serving on the staff and having nothing to do, he could gain greater rewards, and so he had succeeded in getting himself appointed as special orderly to Prince Bagration. He now came to his former chief with a message from the commander of the rear guard. "Colonel," said he, with his most melancholy assumption of gravity, turning to Rostov's opponent and glancing at his comrades, "you are ordered to halt and burn the bridge." "Who orders it?" asked the colonel testily. "Well, I don't know, Colonel, who orders it," replied the cornet gravely, "but the prince said to me, 'Go and tell the colonel that the hussars are to return as quickly as possible and burn the bridge.'" Immediately after Zherkov, an officer of the suite rode up to the colonel of the hussars with the same order, and immediately after the officer of the suite came the stout Nesvitsky galloping up with all his might on his Cossack's horse, which could hardly carry him. "How is it, Colonel?" he cried while still at a distance. "I told you to burn the bridge, but now someone has mistaken the order. Everybody here has lost his wits, and there's nothing done right." The colonel took his time in halting the regiment and turned to Nesvitsky. "You told me to burn up the combustibles," said he, "but as to burning that, you did not say a word." "What's that, Batyushka?" exclaimed Nesvitsky, reining in his horse, taking off his cap, and with his fat hand brushing back his hair dripping with perspiration. "How's that? Didn't I say that the bridge was to be burned when you burned all the combustibles?" "I won't be called Batyushka by you, Mr. Staff Officer, and you did not tell me to burn the bridge. I know my duties, and I am accustomed faithfully to carry out what I am commanded to do. You said the bridge was to be burned, but who was to do it, the Holy Ghost could not tell me." "Well, that's always the way," cried Nesvitsky, with a wave of the hand. "What are you doing here?" he asked, turning to Zherkov. "Exactly the same thing as you are. But how wet you are! Let me wring you out." "You said, Mr. Staff Officer," proceeded the colonel in an offended tone. "Colonel," interrupted the officer from the suite, "you must make haste, or else the enemy will be pouring grape shot into us." The colonel silently looked at the officer from the suite, at stout Prince Nesvitsky, and at Zherkov, and frowned. "I will burn the bridge," he said in a solemn voice, as though to express by it that in spite of all the disagreeable things that happened to him, he was always prepared to do his duty. Spurring his horse with his long, muscular legs, as though the animal were to blame for everything, the colonel started forward and ordered the second squadron, in which Rostov served, to return, under the command of Denisov, and burn the bridge. "Well, that's the way it is," said Rostov to himself. "He wants to try me." His heart beat and the blood rushed to his face. "Let him see if I am a coward," he thought. Once more, over all the happy faces of the men in the squadron, appeared that same serious line which they had worn at the time they were under fire. Rostov, not taking his eyes from his opponent, the regimental commander, tried to discover in his face a confirmation of his suspicions. But the colonel did not look at Rostov, but as usual gazed sternly and solemnly along the line. The word of command was heard. "Lively! Lively!" cried voices around him. With their sabers catching in the reins, with rattling spurs, the hussars dismounted in all haste, not knowing what they were to do. They crossed themselves. Rostov now looked no more at the colonel. He had no time. He was afraid with a real sinking of the heart that he should be left behind. His hand trembled as he turned his horse over to the groom, and he felt how the blood was rushing back to his heart. Denísov, on his way back, shouted something to him as he passed. Rostov saw nothing except the hussars running by his side, impeded by their spurs and with rattling sabers. "The stretchers!" cried some voice behind him, but Rostov did not stop to think what that demand for stretchers meant. He ran on, striving only to be in advance of the others, but at the bridge he failed to look where he was going, and slipping in the slimy, sheeted mud, stumbled and fell upon his hands. The others dashed ahead of him. "At both sides, Captain!" shouted the colonel, who, having ridden ahead, had reined his horse not far from the bridge, and sat looking on with a triumphant and radiant expression. Rostov, wiping his soiled hands on his riding trousers, glanced at his opponent and determined to go on, thinking that the further forward he went, the better it would be. But Bogdanuich, without looking at him or even noticing that it was Rostov, cried to him, "Who is that in the middle of the bridge? Take the right side. Yunker, come back," he shouted testily, and then turned to Denísov, who, making a show of his foolhardiness, was riding upon the bridge. "Why run such risks, Captain? You'd better dismount," cried the captain. "Ha! He always finds someone in fault," replied Vaska Denísov, turning in his saddle. Meantime, Nesvitsky, Zherkov, and the staff officer stood in a little group, out of range, and watched the now little band of hussars in yellow shakos, dark green turnabouts, embroidered with gold lace and blue trousers, who were swarming over the bridge, and now, in the other direction, looked at the blue capotes marching down from the distant hill, and the groups with horses, which could easily be recognized as field pieces. Will they get the bridge burnt or not? Who is ahead? Will they have time to set the bridge on fire before the French turn grape on them and drive them back? Such questions as these, every man in the great band of soldiers that were stationed near the bridge involuntarily asked himself as he looked at that bright afternoon, at the bridge, and at the hussars, and then again, on the other side, at the bluecoats approaching with bayonets and field pieces. The hussars will catch it," exclaimed Nesvitsky. "They're within range of grape now." "It was useless to send so many men," said the staff officer. "That's a fact," returned Nesvitsky. "If he'd only sent 2 smart young fellows, it would have been just as well." "Ach, your illustriousness," remarked Zherkov, not taking his eyes from the hussars, but still speaking in his own peculiar fashion, which left it in doubt whether he was serious or in earnest. "Ach, your illustriousness! How can you think so? The idea of sending 2 men! How then would we get the Vladimir and the ribbon? Supposing they do have a little thrashing, then there'll be a chance for the colonel to report the squadron and get a ribbon for himself. Our Bogdanuich knows a thing or two." "Now there," said the staff officer, "that means grape." He pointed at the French field pieces, which they were unlimbering and bringing into range. In the direction of the French, from the groups which had been recognized as the artillery, they saw a puff of smoke arise. Then a second, a third, almost simultaneously, and by the time the report of the first had reached their ears, a 4th puff arose. 2 reports one after another, and then a third. "Oh, groaned Nesvitsky, as though from excruciating agony, and seizing the staff officer's arm. "Look! One fell! One fell! 2, I should think." "If I were Tsar, there should be no more war," said Nesvitsky, turning away. The French guns were again quickly loaded. The infantry in the blue capotes came dashing at double quick toward the bridge. Again, at different distances, puffs of smoke appeared and the grape pattered and rattled on the bridge. But this time Nesvitsky could not see what took place on it. A thick smoke poured up from it. The hussars had succeeded in setting fire to it, and the French field pieces were fired at it, not indeed to prevent it, but because they were loaded and there was nothing else to shoot at. The French had succeeded in sending 3 charges of grape before the hussars returned to their grooms. 2 of the volleys had been wildly aimed and the grape had gone afield, but the last discharge struck in the middle of the group and hit 3 hussars. Rostov, preoccupied by his relations with Bogdanuich, remained on the bridge, not knowing what he had to do. There was no one to cut down. He had always imagined a battle to consist of cutting down, and he could not help set fire to the bridge either, because he had not provided himself with wisps of straw, as the others had. He was standing there and looking on, when suddenly there was a rattling on the bridge, as though someone had been scattering hazelnuts, and one of the hussars who happened to be nearest to him fell against the parapet with a groan. Rostov and several others ran to him. Again there was a cry for stretchers. 4 men grasped the wounded hussar and started to bear him away. "Oh, let me alone for Christ's sake," shrieked the wounded man, but nevertheless they took him and bore him off. Nikolai Rostov turned away, and, as though he were searching for something, began to gaze into the distance, at the water of the Danube, at the sky, at the sun. How beautiful the sky seemed, how blue, how calm, how profound. How bright and magnificent the sinking sun, how carelessly brilliant the waters of the distant Danube gleamed. And still more lovely were the far purpling mountains beyond the Danube, the monastery, the mysterious defiles, the pine forests, veiled to the top in a transparent mist. There it was, full of peace and happiness. I should wish for nothing in the world, if only I were there, thought Rostov. How much happiness I might have there, in this sunshine, while here, groans, suffering, terror, and confusion, and hurry. There again someone shrieks, and here we are all running for our lives, and I am running with the rest, and here it is. Here is death, all above me and around me. A moment, and perhaps never again shall I see the sun, this river, those defiles. At that instant the sun went into a cloud. Rostov saw several stretchers being carried before him, and the terror of death and of the stretchers, and love for the sun and for life, all mingled in one painfully disturbing impression. O Lord God, Thou who art there in yonder heaven, save, pardon, and defend me, whispered Rostov in his heart. The hussars hastened back to their grooms. Their voices grew louder and more confident. The stretchers were now out of their sight. "Well, brother, so you smelt powder," rang Vaska Denisov's voice in his ear. "It's all over, but I am a coward. Yes, I am a coward," thought Rostov, and with a heavy sigh he took the bridle from the hands of his groom and mounted his greychik, which was waiting for him. "What was that? Grape shot?" asked he of Denisov. "That's just what it was," shouted Denisov. "We worked like heroes, and it was wascally work. A charge is ware sport, and you hewn down the dogs. But here, the devil only knows what it is. They shoot at you as though you were a target." And Denisov rode off and joined the colonel, Nesvitsky, Zherkov, and the staff officers, who were talking together a short distance from Rostov. One thing's evident, no one noticed it, thought Rostov. And in truth no one had noticed it because each and every one shared in the sensation which the Junker experienced at being under fire for the first time. "We shall have a splendid report sent," Zherkov was saying. "Do you know, they may give me a lieutenancy." "Inform the prince that I burned the bridge," said the colonel, with a gay and triumphant expression. "But suppose it is asked about our loss?" "A mere trifle," said the colonel in his deepest tones. "2 hussars wounded and 1 finished," said he with apparent joy, and scarcely refraining from a contented smile, as he brought out with ringing emphasis the happy phrase, "finished." End of chapter 8. Part 2, Chapter 9 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. The Russian army of 35,000 men, under command of Kutuzov, pursued by the French, 100,000 strong, under Bonaparte himself, meeting with unfriendly disposed natives, no longer having confidence in their allies, suffering from a lack of provisions, and obliged to act in a manner opposite to all preconceived conditions of war, was in a hasty retreat down the Danube, halting when the enemy overtook them, and fighting them off by skirmishes at the rear guard, but fighting no more than was necessary to ensure their retreat without losing any of their baggage. Actions had taken place at Lambach, at Amstetten, at Melk, but, notwithstanding the bravery and fortitude displayed by the Russians, as even their enemy acknowledged, these actions did not prevent their movements from being a retreat, conducted with all possible celerity. The Austrians, who had escaped from the surrender at Ulm and had joined Kutuzov at Braunau, had now separated from the Russians, and Kutuzov was left with only his weakened, famished forces. It was impossible any longer to think of defending Vienna. In place of the offensive warfare so craftily elaborated in accordance with the laws of the new science of strategy, the plan of which had been communicated to Kutuzov by the Hofkriegsrath while he was in Vienna, the only thing that was left him now, unless he were to sacrifice his army, as Mack had done at Ulm, was to effect a juncture with the troops on their way from Russia, and even this was almost an impossibility. On the 9th of November, Kutuzov and his army crossed to the left bank of the Danube and, for the first time, halted, having now put the river between himself and the main body of the French. On the 11th, he attacked and defeated the division under Mortier, which was stationed on the left bank of the Danube. In this engagement, for the first time, some trophies were captured, a stand of colors, cannon, and 2 of the enemy's generals. For the first time, after a fortnight's retreat, the Russian army halted, and at the end of the battle not only held the field of battle, but had driven off the French. Although the army was exhausted and in rags, and reduced a third by the killed, wounded, sick, and stragglers, although the sick and wounded had been left on the other side of the Danube, with a letter from Kutuzov commending them to the magnanimity of the enemy, although the regular hospitals, and the houses of Krems which had been turned into lazarettos, were unable to receive all the sick and wounded remaining, still, in spite of all this, the halt at Krems and the victory over Mortier signally raised the spirits of the army. The most gratifying but improbable reports were in circulation throughout the troops and even at headquarters, concerning imaginary reinforcements from Russia being at hand, concerning some great victory won by the Austrians, and the retreat and panic of Bonaparte. During the battle, Prince Andrei had been near the Austrian general, Schmidt, when he was killed. His own horse had been wounded under him, and he himself had been slightly grazed by a bullet on the hand. As a sign of special favor from the commander-in-chief, he was sent to carry the news of this victory to the Austrian court, which had left Vienna, now threatened by the French, and was established at Brünn. On the evening of the victory, Prince Andrei, excited, but not weary, for in spite of his apparently delicate constitution, he could endure physical fatigue far better than much stronger men, having brought Dokhturov's report to Kutuzov, was dispatched that same evening as a special courier to Brünn. Such an errand ensured the courier not only a decoration, but pointed infallibly to promotion. The night was dark but starry. The road made a black line across the snow which had been falling during the engagement. Now recalling the impressions of the battle through which he had passed, now joyfully imagining the impression which he should cause by the news of the victory, recollecting the parting words of the commander-in-chief and his comrades, Prince Andrei drove on at a furious pace in his post-carriage, experiencing the feelings of a man who had long waited and at last is about to attain his wished-for joy. As soon as he closed his eyes, his ears were filled with the roar of musketry and cannon, mingled with the rumble of the wheels and the details of victory. Now it seemed to him that the Russians were flying, and that he himself was killed, but he would awake with a start, feeling a strange delight at the realization that nothing of the sort had taken place, and that, on the contrary, it was the French who had been defeated. Then again he would recall all the details of the victory, his own serene manliness during the engagement, and his recollections would lull him to sleep again. The dark, starry night was followed by a bright, joyous day. The snow gleamed in the sunshine, and the horses sped swiftly along, and in monotonous variety on both sides flew by new woods, fields, and villages. At one of the post-houses he overtook a train of Russian wounded. A Russian officer in charge of the convoy was stretched out in the foremost cart, and shouting at the top of his voice, and scolding the soldiers in coarse language. The long German Vorspans, each containing 6 or more wounded, pale and bandaged and dirty, jolted heavily along over the rough, paved road. Some of them were talking. Prince Andrei overheard their Russian speech. Others were munching bread, while those who were most seriously hurt gazed with the good-natured and childish curiosity of sickness at the courier hurrying by them. Prince Andrei ordered the driver to stop and asked one of the soldiers where they had been wounded. "Day before yesterday, on the Danube," replied the soldier. Prince Andrei took out his purse and gave the soldier 3 gold pieces. "For them all," he added, turning to the officer in command. "Get well as fast as you can, boys," said he to the soldiers. "There's still much to be done." "Well, Mr. Adjutant, what's the news?" asked the old officer, evidently taking a fancy to have a talk. "Good news. Forward," he cried to his driver, and he was borne swiftly on. It was already quite dark when Prince Andrei reached Brünn and found himself surrounded by lofty houses, lighted shops, and street lamps, handsome carriages rumbling over the wooden pavements, and by all that atmosphere of a large, lively city which is always so fascinating to a soldier after camp life. Prince Andrei, notwithstanding the swiftness of his journey and his sleepless night, felt as he drove up to the palace even more excited than he had the evening before. His eyes gleamed with a feverish light, and his thoughts rushed through his mind with extraordinary rapidity and clearness. Vividly, all the details of the battle came into his mind, not with any confusion, but in due sequence, word for word, as he imagined he should render his account to the Emperor Franz. Vividly, he imagined the circumstantial questions which might be asked him, and the answers which he should make to them. He supposed that he should be immediately summoned before the Emperor. But at the principal entrance of the palace, he was met by an official who, discovering that he was only a courier, sent him round to another entrance. "Take the corridor at the right, Euer Hochgeboren. There you will find the Flügel adjutant who is on duty," said the official. "He will take you to the Minister of War." The Flügel adjutant, coming to meet Prince Andrei, asked him to wait while he went to the minister. In 5 minutes he returned, and bowing with unusual deference, and allowing Prince Andrei to pass in front of him, directed him through a corridor into a private office occupied by the Minister of War. The Flügel adjutant, by his extravagant politeness, seemed to be trying to defend himself from any attempt at familiarity on the part of the Russian courier. Prince Andrei's exultant feeling was decidedly cooled down the moment he entered the door into the minister's private office. He felt humiliated, and this feeling of wounded pride changed instantly, but imperceptibly, into a feeling of contempt which had no reasonable cause. His fertile mind at the same moment began to search for a point of view according to which he might be justified in scorning both the Flügel adjutant and the Minister of War. It is probably very easy for them to show how to gain victories, though they have never smelt gunpowder, he said to himself. His eyes contracted contemptuously. He walked into the War Minister's private office with all the deliberation in the world. This feeling was still further intensified when he caught sight of that dignitary sitting between 2 candles at a great table, and not deigning to give his visitor even a glance for the first 2 minutes. The War Minister's bald head, with its fringe of gray hair, was bent over some papers which he was reading and marking with a lead pencil. He finished reading them, not even lifting his head when the door opened to admit his visitor, though he must have heard the steps. "Take this and deliver it at once," said the Minister of War to his secretary, handing him some papers, and not even yet recognizing the existence of the courier. Prince Andrei came to the conclusion that out of all the affairs that preoccupied the Minister of War, the feats of Kutuzov's army either interested him the least, or else he felt obliged to give this impression to the Russian courier. "Well, it is all the same to me," he said to himself. The Minister of War assorted the rest of his papers, placing them in regular order, and then at last lifted his head. He had an intelligent and determined face, but at the instant that he turned to Prince Andrei, this intelligent and firm expression seemed to change as if by purpose and consciously, and in its place came a dull, hypocritical smile, in which there was no pretense even of hiding its hypocrisy, the habitual smile of a man accustomed to receiving many petitions one after the other. "From General Field Marshal Kutuzov?" he asked. "I hope it is good news. So he has had an encounter with Mortier. A victory. It was time." He took the dispatch which was directed to him and began to read it with a melancholy expression. "Ach, mein Gott! Mein Gott! Schmidt, said he in German. What a misfortune! What a misfortune! Having run through the paper, he laid it on the table and glanced at Prince Andrei, evidently weighing something in his mind. Ah, what a misfortune! That affair, you say, was decisive, but Mortier was not taken. He pondered. I am very glad that you have brought me this good news, although the death of Schmidt is a costly price to pay for the victory. His Majesty will probably desire to see you, but not this evening. I thank you. Go and get rested. Tomorrow be at the levee after the parade. However, I will give you due notice. The dull smile which had disappeared during the conversation again appeared on the war minister's face. Goodbye. Auf Wiedersehen. I thank you very much. His Majesty the Emperor will no doubt wish to see you, he repeated, and inclined his head. When Prince Andrei had left the palace, he felt that all the interest and happiness which the victory had brought him had deserted him and been left behind in the indifferent hands of the war minister and of the polite Flugel adjutant. The whole course of his thoughts had instantly changed. The battle seemed to him like the recollection of something that happened long before. End of chapter 9. Part 2, Chapter 10 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Prince Andrei put up at Brünn, at the residence of his friend, the diplomat Bilibin. Ah, my dear prince, no one could be more welcome, said Bilibin, coming down to greet him. Franz, take the prince's luggage into my sleeping room, he added, turning to the valet who had admitted the visitor. So you're bringing news of a victory. Excellent. But I'm under the weather, as you can see. Prince Andrei, having washed and changed his dress, joined the diplomat in his luxurious study, and sat down to the dinner which had been prepared for him. Bilibin drew up comfortably before the fire. After his hurried journey, and indeed after this whole campaign, during which he had been deprived of all the comforts and elegancies of life, Prince Andrei experienced a pleasant feeling of repose amid these luxurious conditions of existence, to which he had been accustomed since childhood. Moreover, it was pleasant after his reception by the Austrians to talk, not indeed in Russian, for they spoke in French, but with a Russian who, as he supposed, shared the general Russian aversion, now felt with especial keenness, for the Austrians. Bilibin was a man of 35, unmarried and belonging to the same set as Prince Andrei. They had been acquaintances long before Petersburg, and had become more intimate during Prince Andrei's last visit to Vienna, in company with Kutuzov. Just as Prince Andrei was a young man who promised to make a brilliant career in the military profession, so Bilibin, with even greater probability, was on the road to success in diplomacy. He was still a young man, but he was not a young diplomat, since he had begun his career at the age of 16, had been in Paris and in Copenhagen, and now held a very responsible post in Vienna. Both the Chancellor and the Russian ambassador at the court of Vienna knew him and prized him highly. He was not one of those diplomats who are considered to be very good because they have merely negative qualities, do nothing but their perfunctory duties, and are able to speak French. He was rather one of those who work con amour and with intelligence. Notwithstanding his natural indolence, he sometimes spent the whole night at his writing table. He put in good work, no matter what the nature of the work in hand. It was the question how, not the question why, that interested him. It was a matter of indifference to him what the diplomatic business was about, but he took the greatest satisfaction in artistically, accurately, and elegantly composing circulars, memorials, or reports. Bilibin's services were prized, not only because of his skill in inditing letters, but still more because of his faculty for shining in society and carrying on conversation in the highest spheres. Bilibin liked to talk just as he liked to work, but it was essential that the topic should let him display his delicately polished wit. In society he was constantly on the watch for a chance to say something remarkable, and he never mingled in conversation except under such conditions. His talk was plentifully begemmed with keen and polished phrases, original with himself, and yet having an interest for all. These phrases were prepared in Bilibin's internal laboratory, as a sort of portable property, which even the dullest members of society might easily remember and carry from party to party. And, in fact, Bilibin's witticisms made the rounds of Viennese drawing-rooms. Les mots de Bilibin se colportent dans les salons de Vienne, and had often had an effect on so-called important events. His thin, weary-looking sallow face was covered with deep wrinkles, which always seemed clean and parboiled, like the ends of the fingers after a bath. The motions of these wrinkles constituted the principal play of his physiognomy. Now, it was his forehead that was furrowed with broad lines, and his eyebrows were lifted high. Again his brows were contracted and deep lines marked his cheeks. His deep-set little eyes looked always frank and cheerful. "Now, then, tell us your exploits," said he. Bolkonsky, in the most modest manner, without once referencing to himself, told him of the combat and of the minister's behavior. "They received me and the news that I brought like a dog in the game of ninepins," said he, in conclusion. Bilibin smiled, and the wrinkles in his face relaxed. "However, mon cher," said he, "in spite of the high esteem which I profess for the Orthodox Russian army, I confess that your victory is not one of the most victorious." Thus he went on, and all the time speaking in French, and introducing Russian words only when he wished to give them a scornful emphasis. "It was this way, wasn't it? You fell with all your overwhelming numbers upon that unhappy Montier, and yet Montier slipped between your hands. Where was the victory in that?" "Well, speaking seriously," replied Prince Andrei, "we can at least say without boasting that it was rather better than Ulm." "Why didn't you take at least one marshal prisoner?" "Because things aren't always done as they are forecast, nor can they be arranged with all the regularity of a parade. We expected, as I told you, to turn their flank at 7 o'clock in the morning, and we did not succeed till 5 in the evening." "Why didn't you succeed by 7 in the morning? You ought to have outflanked them by 7 in the morning," said Bilibin, smiling. "You ought to have done it at 7 in the morning." "Why didn't you suggest to Bonaparte, through diplomatic agency, that he'd better abandon Genoa?" asked Prince Andrei in the same tone. "I know," interrupted Bilibin. "As you sit on your sofa before the fire, you think that it is very easy to capture marshals. It is, indeed. But why didn't you capture him? And don't be surprised that neither the Minister of War, nor His Most August Majesty, my Emperor, nor King France is very grateful for your victory. And I myself, the unfortunate secretary of the Russian legation, feel no special impulse to express my delight by giving my Franz a tailor and letting him take his Liebchen for a walk on the Prater. To be sure, there's no Prater here." He looked straight at Prince Andrei and suddenly smoothed out the wrinkled skin upon his forehead. "Now, my dear, it is my turn to ask you why," said Bolkonsky. "I assure you, I cannot understand. Perhaps there are diplomatic subtleties here that are above my feeble mind, but I cannot understand. Mack has destroyed a whole army. The Archduke Ferdinand and the Archduke Karl are giving no signs of life and are making one blunder after another. Finally, Kutuzov alone really gains a victory, destroys the spell of the French, la Chambre du Français, and the Minister of War isn't interested enough to inquire after the details." "That is the very reason, my dear. Voyez-vous, mon cher? Hurrah for the Tsar, for Russia, the faith, tout c'est bel et bon. All that's very well and good, but what do we, I mean the Austrian court, care for your victories? Only bring them your fine news about a victory won by the Archduke Karl or Ferdinand. Un archiduc voulait. One is as good as another, as you well know. A victory, even though it were only over a squad of Bonaparte's firemen, and that would be another thing. We should proclaim it with the thunder of cannon. But this, as a matter of course, can only vex us. The Archduke Karl is nothing. The Archduke Ferdinand covers himself with disgrace. You desert Vienna. You no longer defend it, as though you said, 'God is with us. May God be with you and your capital.' One general, whom we all loved, Schmidt, you allowed to be killed by a bullet, and you congratulate us on the victory? Confess that nothing could be imagined more exasperating than this news which you bring." C'est comme un fait exprès, comme un fait exprès. Moreover, even if you had won the most brilliant victory, even if the Archduke Karl should, what change would that make in the course of events? It's too late now, for Vienna has been occupied by the French army." "What? Occupied? Vienna occupied?" "Not only occupied, but Bonaparte is at Schönbrunn, and the Count, our dear friend, Count Verbna, has gone there to him for orders." Bolkonsky, after his fatigue and the impressions of his journey and his reception, and especially since his dinner, felt that he did not grasp the full meaning of the words which he heard. "This morning Count Lichtenfels was here," continued Bilibin, "and showed me a letter containing a circumstantial account of the parade of the French in Vienna. Les princes mourants et tous les tremblements. You can see that your victory is not such an immense delight, and you can hardly be regarded as our saviors." "Truly, as far as I am concerned, it is a matter of indifference, absolute indifference," said Prince Andrei, beginning to comprehend that his tidings about the engagement at Krems was of really little importance compared with such an event as the occupation of the Austrian capital. How came Vienna to be occupied? How about the bridge, and that famous tête de pont, and Prince Auersperg? It was reported among us that Prince Auersperg was defending Vienna, said he. "Prince Auersperg is on this side, on our side of the Danube, and will defend us very wretchedly, I think. But still, he will defend us. And Vienna is on the other side. No, the bridge is not taken yet, and I hope it will not be. It has been mined, and the order is to blow it up. If it were not for that, we should have been long ago in the mountains of Bohemia, and you and your army would have spent a wretched quarter of an hour between two fires." "But still this does not mean that the campaign is at an end, does it?" asked Prince Andrei. "Well, it's my impression that it is, and so think the bigwigs here, but they dare not say so. What I said at the beginning of the campaign will come true, that your skirmish near Dürtstein will not settle the affair, nor gunpowder, in any case, but those who invented it," said Bilibin, repeating one of his mots, while he puckered his forehead and paused a moment. "The question simply depends on this. What is to be the outcome of the Berlin meeting of the Emperor with the Prussian king? If Prussia joins the alliance, en force allemande l'Autriche, Austria's hand is forced, and there will be war. But if not, then all they have to do is arrange for the preliminaries of a second Campo Formio." "But what an extraordinary genius!" suddenly cried Prince Andrei, doubling his small fist and pounding the table with it. "And what luck that man has!" "Who, Bonaparte?" queried Bilibin, knitting his brow and thereby signifying that he was going to get off a witticism. "Buonaparte," he repeated, laying a special emphasis on the "you." "I certainly think that now when he is laying down the laws for Austria from Schönbrunn, he must be spared that "you." Il faut lui faire grâce de lui. I am firmly resolved to make the innovation, and I shall call him Bonaparte, tout court." "No, but joking aside," said Prince Andrei, "is it possible that you think the campaign is finished?" "This is what I think. Austria has been made a fool of, and she is not used to that, and she will take her revenge. And she has been made a fool of because in the first place her provinces have been pillaged. It is said the Orthodox est terrible pour le pillage. Her army is beaten, her capital is taken, and all this pour les bourgeois of the King of Sardinia. And in the second place, entre nous, mon cher, I suspect that we are being duped. I suspect dealings with France and a project of peace, a secret peace, separately concluded." "That cannot be," said Prince Andrei. "That would be too base." "Qui vivra verra. You will see," said Bilibin, scowling, this time in a way that signified that the conversation was at an end. When Prince Andrei went to the chamber that had been prepared for him, and stretched himself between clean sheets on a soft down mattress, and on warm perfumed pillows, he began to feel that the battle, the report of which he had brought, was far, far away. The Prussian alliance, the treachery of Austria, Bonaparte's new triumph, the parade and levee, and his reception by Emperor Franz the next day, filled his mind. He closed his eyes, but instantly his ears were deafened by the cannonading, the musketry, the rumble of the carriage wheels, and now once more the musketeers came marching in scattered lines down the hillside, and the Frenchmen were firing, and he felt how his heart thrilled, and he galloped on ahead, with Schmidt at his side, and the bullets whistled merrily around him, and he experienced such a feeling of intensified delight in life as he had not felt since childhood. He awoke with a start. Yes, it was all so, said he, smiling to himself, a happy childlike smile, and he fell asleep with the sound sleep of youth. End of chapter 10. Part 2, Chapter 11 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. He awoke the next morning, late. Recalling the impressions of the previous day, he remembered, first of all, that he was to be presented that day to the Emperor Franz. He remembered the Minister of War, the officiously polite Flugel adjutant, Bilibin, and the conversation of the evening before. Putting on his full dress uniform, which he had not worn for a long time, to go to court, he went down to Bilibin's study, with his hand bandaged, but fresh, full of spirits, and handsome. 4 young gentlemen connected with the diplomatic corps were gathered in the study. Bolkonsky was already acquainted with Prince Ippolit Kuragin, one of the secretaries of the legation. Bilibin introduced him to the others. The gentlemen at Bilibin's were gay, rich young men of fashion, who formed, both in Vienna and here in Brünn, an exclusive circle, which Bilibin, the leader of it, called ours, les notes. This coterie, composed almost exclusively of diplomats, were occupied with the doings of society, their relations to certain women, and their duties as secretaries, so that the interests of war and diplomacy were a sealed book to them. The gentlemen apparently took Prince Andrei and adopted him as one of themselves, an honor which they did not confer upon everyone. From politeness, and as a topic for beginning conversation, they asked him a few questions about the army and the battle, and then conversation quickly drifted into inconsequential but jovial sallies of wit and gossip. "But this is specially good," said one, relating the misfortunes of a colleague. "Especially good, when the Chancellor himself told him to his face that his transfer to London was a promotion, and that he was to so regard it. Can you imagine his looks at hearing that? But what is worse than all, gentlemen, I must expose Kuragin. A man is in trouble, and this Don Juan, this terrible man, must needs take advantage of it." Prince Ippolit was stretched out in a Voltaire chair, with his legs thrown over the arm. He laughed. "Parlez-moi de ça. Tell me about it," he said. "Oh, you Don Juan. Oh, you snake," said various voices. "You don't know, Bolkonsky," said Bilibin, turning to Prince Andrei, "that all the atrocities committed by the French army, I almost said the Russian army, are nothing in comparison with what this man has been doing among the ladies." "La femme est la compagne de l'homme." Woman is man's helpmeet, said Prince Ippolit, sententiously, and he began to stare through his lorgnette at his elevated feet. Bilibin and our fellows roared as they looked at Prince Ippolit. Prince Andrei saw that this young man of whom, it must be confessed, he had almost been jealous was the butt for this circle. "I must give you a little sport with Kuragin," whispered Bilibin to Bolkonsky. "It's rich to hear him talk about politics. You must see what an important air he assumes." He took a seat near Ippolit, and wrinkling his brows portentously, began to draw him into conversation on political affairs. Prince Andrei and the others gathered around the two. "The cabinet cannot express any thought of alliance," began Ippolit, letting his eyes wander significantly from one to the other, "without expressing, as in its last note, vous comprenez. Vous comprenez. And then if His Majesty the Emperor does not go back on his principles, our alliance—" "Attendez. I have not finished," said he to Prince Andrei, seizing him by the arm. "I suppose that intervention will be stronger than non-intervention, and—" He was silent for a moment. The non-receipt of our dispatch of the 28th of November cannot be charged as intentional. That will be the end of it." And he let go of Bolkonsky's arm, signifying that now he was entirely done. "Demosthenes, I recognize thee by the pebble which thou hast concealed in this golden mouth," said Bilibin, his cap of hair moving on his head with satisfaction. All laughed. Ippolit laughed louder than the rest. He was evidently not at his ease and could not get his breath, but he was unable to refrain from the forced laugh that distorted his usually impassive face. "Now then, gentlemen," said Bilibin, "Bolkonsky is a guest at my house here in Brünn, and I am anxious to treat him well and give him a taste of all our pleasures here so far as possible. If we were in Vienna, this would be easy, but here, in this beastly Moravian hole, civilian trou moras, it will be harder, and I beg you all to lend me your aid. Il faut lui faire les honneurs de Brünn. You undertake the theaters. I will introduce him to society. You, Ippolit, of course, the ladies." "I must show him Amelie. She's a beauty," said one of the circle, kissing the ends of his fingers. "All in all, this bloodthirsty soldier," said Bilibin, "must be brought to more humane views." "It is doubtful if I can profit by your hospitality, gentlemen, for it is now time for me to go out," said Bolkonsky, looking at his watch. "Where?" "To the emperor." "Oh, oh, oh. Well, au revoir, Bolkonsky. Goodbye, Prince. Come back to dinner with us as early as you can," shouted several voices. "We will look for you. Try to say as much as you can in praise of the commissariat and the roads when you speak to the emperor," said Bilibin as he accompanied Bolkonsky into the entry. "I wish I could say flattering things, but I cannot," said Bolkonsky with a smile. "Well, then, do just as much of the talking as you can. His passion is for audiences, but he does not like to talk, and he does not know how, as you will see for yourself." End of chapter 11. Part 2, Chapter 12 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. At the levee, Prince Andrei, who stood in the place appointed among the Austrian officers, merely received a long fixed stare from the Emperor Franz, and a slight inclination of his long head. But after the levee, the Flugel adjutant of the evening before politely communicated to Bolkonsky the Emperor's desire to give him an audience. The Emperor Franz received him standing in the middle of his room. Before beginning the conversation, Prince Andrei was struck by the evident confusion of the Emperor, who reddened and did not know what to say. "Tell me when the action began," he asked hurriedly. Prince Andrei told him. This question was followed by others, no less simple. "Is Kutuzov well? How long ago did he leave Krems?" And so on. The Emperor spoke as though his whole aim were to ask a certain number of questions. The answers to these questions, as he made only too evident, did not interest him. "At what hour did the engagement begin?" asked the Emperor. "I cannot tell, Your Majesty, at what hour the fighting began on the front, but at Dürrenstein, where I happened to be, the army made the first attack at 6 o'clock in the evening," said Bolkonsky eagerly, for he supposed that he now had a chance to enter into the carefully prepared and accurate description of all that he had seen and knew. But the Emperor smiled and interrupted him. "How many miles is it?" "From where and to where, Your Majesty?" "From Dürnstein to Krems." 3.5 miles, Your Majesty." "Have the French abandoned the left bank?" "According to the reports of our scouts, the last of them crossed that same night on rafts." "Plenty of provender at Krems?" "Provender was not furnished in that abundance which—" But the Emperor interrupted him. "At what hour was General Schmidt killed?" "At 7 o'clock, I should think." "At 7 o'clock? Very sad, very sad." Then the Emperor thanked him and made him a bow. Prince Andrei left the audience chamber and was immediately surrounded by courtiers coming from all sides. From all sides flattering glances rested on him, and flattering words were heard around him. The Flugel adjutant reproached him for not having put up at the palace, and offered him the use of his rooms. The Minister of War came and congratulated him on having received the order of Maria Theresa of the 3rd degree, which the Emperor had conferred upon him. The Empress's chamberlain invited him to wait upon Her Majesty. The Grand Duchess also desired to see him. He did not know who to answer first, and it took him several seconds to collect his wits. The Russian ambassador put his hand on his shoulder, drew him into a window, and began to talk with him. In spite of Bilibin's prognostications, the news brought by Bolkonsky was joyfully hailed. A Thanksgiving Te Deum was ordained. Kutuzov was decorated with the Grand Cross of Maria Theresa, and all the army was rewarded. Bolkonsky was overwhelmed with invitations and was obliged to spend the whole morning in making up calls upon the principal dignitaries of Austria. Having finished his calls, about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Prince Andrei, mentally composing a letter to his father about the engagement and his visit to Brünn, returned to Bilibin's lodgings. At the door of the house occupied by Bilibin stood a britska half full of luggage, and Franz, Bilibin's valet, was just coming out, laboriously dragging another trunk. On his way back to Bilibin's, Prince Andrei had stepped into a bookstall to lay in a store of books for his campaign, and had spent some time there. "What does this mean?" asked Bolkonsky. "Alas, Your Excellency," said Franz, with difficulty tumbling the trunk into the britska. "We're going farther off. The rascal is after us again." "But what is it? What does it mean?" demanded Prince Andrei. Bilibin came out to meet Bolkonsky. His usually tranquil face showed traces of excitement. "Well, well, confess that it's delightful," said he. "This story of the Thabor Bridge, the bridge at Vienna. They crossed it without striking a blow." Prince Andrei still failed to understand. "Where have you been that you don't know what every coachman in the city has heard long since?" "I have just come from the Grand Duchess's. I heard nothing of it there." "And haven't you noticed that everywhere they're packing up?" "No, I haven't. But what is the trouble?" asked Prince Andrei impatiently. "What is the trouble? The trouble is that the French have crossed the bridge which Auersperg was defending, and the bridge was not blown up, so that Murat is now hastening down the road to Brünn, and they will be here today or tomorrow." "Be here? But why was the bridge not blown up when it was mined?" "Well, that's what I ask you. No one, not even Bonaparte, knows that." Bolkonsky shrugged his shoulders. "But if the bridge is crossed, the army is destroyed. Of course it will be cut off," said he. "That's the joke of the thing," rejoined Bilibin. "Listen. The French enter Vienna, just as I told you. All very good. On the next day, that is yesterday, Messrs. Marshals Murat, Lannes, and Billiard mount their horses and ride down to the bridge. Notice, all three of them are Gascons. 'Gentlemen,' says one of them, 'you know that the Thabor Bridge is mined and countermined, and that in front of it is a terrible tête de pont, and 15,000 men who are commanded to blow up the bridge and not allow us to pass. But our master, the Emperor Napoleon, would be pleased if we took that bridge. Let us three go, therefore, and take that bridge.' 'Yes, let us go,' said the other, and they go to it and take it and cross it, and now they are on this side of the Danube with their whole army, and are in full march against us and against your communications." "A truce is jesting," said Prince Andrei, becoming melancholy and serious. This news was sad, and at the same time pleasant to him. As soon as he knew that the Russian army was in such a hopeless situation, it occurred to him that he himself was the one called upon to rescue it from this situation. That this was his Toulon, destined to lift him up from the throng of insignificant officers and open to him the straight path of glory. Even while he was listening to Bilibin, he was picturing himself going back to the army, and there, in a council of war, proposing a plan which alone might save them, and that to him alone it was granted to accomplish this plan. "A truce is jesting," said he. "I am not jesting," insisted Bilibin. "Nothing is more veracious or more melancholy. These gentlemen ride upon the bridge without escort, displaying their white handkerchiefs. They assert that there is an armistice, and that they, the marshals, have come over to talk with Prince Auersperg. The officer on guard lets them into the tete-de-pont. They give him 1,000 choice specimens of Gasconade, and they say that the war is ended, that the Emperor of France has decided upon a conference with Bonaparte, and that they wanted to see Prince Auersperg, and 1,000 other trumpery lies. The officer sends for Auersperg. These gentlemen embrace the officers, jest, sit astride the cannon, and meantime a French battalion quietly crosses the bridge and flings the bags with the combustibles into the water and enters the tete-de-pont. At last the Lieutenant General, our dear Prince Auersperg von Mautorn himself, appears on the scene. Our dear enemy, flower of the Austrian army, hero of the Turkish wars. Our enmity is at an end. We can shake hands. The Emperor Napoleon is dying with anxiety to make the acquaintance of Prince Auersperg. In one word, these gentlemen, who are not Gascons for nothing, so but juggle Auersperg with fine words. He is so ravished by this rapidly instituted intimacy with the French marshals, so dazzled by the sight of Murat's mantle and ostrich feathers, that he does not see the point, and quite forgets that he himself ought to be pointing at the enemy. Notwithstanding the vehemence of his remarks, Bilibin did not fail to pause after this mot, so as to allow Bolkonsky time to appreciate it. The French battalions run on the bridge, spike the cannon, and capture the bridge. The bridge is theirs. But this is best of all, he went on to say, allowing the fascination of his narrative to keep his excitement within bounds. This, that the sergeant who had charge of the cannon, the discharge of which was to explode the mines and blow up the bridge, this sergeant, I say, seeing the French soldiers running over the bridge, was just going to fire his gun, but Lannes pulled away his hand. The sergeant, who was evidently more intelligent than his generals, hastens to Auersperg and says, "Prince, you are imposed upon. The French are here." Murat sees that their game is played if the sergeant is allowed to speak further. With pretended surprise, a true Gascon that he is, he turns to Auersperg. "I don't see in this anything of your world-renowned Austrian discipline," says he. "Do you allow a man of inferior rank to speak to you so? It was a stroke of genius. Prince Auersperg prides himself on punctilio and has the sergeant put under arrest. But you must confess that all this story of the Thabor Bridge is perfectly delightful. It was neither stupidity nor cowardice." "C'est trahison peut-être. Perhaps it is treason, though," said Prince Andrei, his imagination vividly bringing up before him the gray capotes, their wounds, the gunpowder smoke, the sounds of battle, and the glory which was awaiting him. "Not at all. This puts the court in the most stupid position," continued Bilibin. "It is neither treason nor cowardice, nor stupidity. It's just the same as at Ulm." He paused as though trying to find a suitable expression. C'est du mac. Nous sommes maquis. We are macked," he said, at last satisfied that he had coined un mot, and a brilliant mot, such a one as would be repeated. The wrinkles that had been deeply gathering on his forehead quickly smoothed themselves out in token of his contentment, and with a slight smile on his lips he began to contemplate his fingernails. "Where are you going?" he asked, suddenly turning to Prince Andrei, who had got up and was starting for his chamber. "I'm off." "Where?" "To the army." "But you intended to stop 2 days longer, didn't you?" "Yes, but now I'm going immediately." And Prince Andrei, having given his orders for the carriage, went to his room. "Do you know, my dear fellow," said Bilibin, coming into his room, "do you know, I have been thinking about you. Why are you going?" And in testimony of the irrefragability of his argument against it, all the wrinkles vanished from his face. Prince Andrei looked inquiringly at his friend, and made no reply. "Why are you going? I know. You think that it is your duty to hurry back to the army, now, when it is in danger. I understand it, mon cher. C'est de l'enfroissement." "Not at all," said Prince Andrei. "But you are une philosophie. Be one absolutely. Look at things from the other side, and you will see that your duty, on the contrary, is to preserve yourself. Leave this to others who are not fit for anything else. You have no orders to return, and you won't be allowed to go from here. So of course you can stay, and go with us wherever our unhappy lot carries us. They say we are going to Olmütz, and Olmütz is a very nice little city, and you and I can make the journey very comfortably in my calash." "Cease your jesting, Bilibin," said Bolkonsky. "I am speaking to you sincerely, as your friend. Judge for yourself. Where, and for what purpose, are you going now, when you can remain here? One of two things will happen to you." Here he managed to gather a fold of wrinkles under his left temple. "Either peace will be concluded before you reach the army, or else defeat and disgrace will await you with the rest of Kutuzov's army." And Bilibin smoothed the skin again, feeling that the dilemma was unavoidable. "Of that I am not in a position to judge," said Prince Andrei coldly, but he thought in his own mind, "I am going to save the army." "Mon cher, vous êtes un héros," said Bilibin. End of chapter 12. Part 2, Chapter 13 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. That same night, having taken his leave of the Minister of War, Bolkonsky set out for the army, though he did not himself know where he should find it, and had some apprehensions lest on the road to Krems he should be captured by the French. At Brünn, all the court were engaged in packing, and the heavy luggage had already been dispatched to Olmütz. Near Etzelsdorf, Prince Andrei struck the highway over which the Russian army was moving in the greatest haste and the greatest disorder. The road was so encumbered with teams that it was impossible for a carriage to make its way along. Having secured from the head of the Cossack division a horse and Cossack, Prince Andrei, hungry and tired, managed to get past the teams, and at last drove on in search of the commander-in-chief and his own train. The most ominous reports of the condition of the army had reached him on his way, and these reports were more than confirmed by the sight of the army hurrying on in disorder. "This Russian army, which English gold has brought together from the ends of the universe, we shall make it suffer the same fate, the fate of Ulm." Bolkonsky remembered these words from Bonaparte's general orders to his army at the beginning of the campaign, and these words inspired in him an admiration for the genius of his hero, together with a sense of wounded pride and a hope of glory. "But suppose nothing be left me but to die," he said to himself. "Well then, be it so, if it is necessary. I shall not die more shamefully than others." Prince Andrei looked contemptuously at the endless confusion of detachments, baggage wagons, field pieces, and gun carriages, and again baggage wagons, baggage wagons, baggage wagons of every possible description, trying to outstrip each other and getting in each other's way as they toiled along over the muddy road, 3 and 4 abreast. In all directions, in front as well as behind, wherever the ear listened, were heard the creaking of wheels, the rumble of vehicles, carts and gun carriages, the tramping of horses' feet, the cracking of whips, the shouts of drivers, the cursing of soldiers, denshkifts and officers. Along the borders of the highway were everywhere seen the carcasses of horses that had fallen and been left, either flayed or not flayed, as the case might be, then broken down wagons by which solitary soldiers sat waiting for something. Then, again, he saw little detachments of troops straying from the main column and hastening to scattered villages, or coming back from them, with hens, sheep, hay, or bags filled with various objects. On the slopes and rises, the groups crowded together still more densely, and an uninterrupted tumult of noises arose. Soldiers plodding through mud up to their knees helped to drag by main force the field pieces and wagons. Whips cracked, hoofs slipped, traces strained, and throats were split with shouting. The officers, who directed the retreat, galloped back and forth among the wagons. Their voices were hardly distinguishable above the general uproar, and it could be seen by their faces that they were in despair at the possibility of reducing this chaos into order. "Voilà cher Orthodox army," said Bolkonsky to himself, quoting Bilibin's words. Wishing to inquire of some of these men where the commander-in-chief was to be found, he galloped up to the train. Directly opposite to him was an odd equipage, a sort of cross between a cart, cabriolet, and a calash, driven by one horse and evidently constructed out of some soldier's domestic belongings. This vehicle was driven by a soldier, and under the leather cover, behind the apron, sat a woman all wrapped up in shawls. Prince Andrei rode up and was just going to question the soldier when his attention was attracted by the despairing shrieks of the woman sitting in the vehicle. An officer, who had charge of the train, had set to beating her driver because he attempted to pass ahead of the others, and the blows of the whip fell on the apron. The woman was screaming desperately. Seeing Prince Andrei, she thrust her head out from under the hood, and waving her thin arms, freed from the shawls, she cried, "Adjutant! Mr. Adjutant! For God's sake, protect me! What is going to happen? I'm the doctor's wife, of the 7th Jaegers. They won't let us pass. We are left behind, and have lost our friends." "I will knock you flatter than a pancake. Turn back," cried the officer, angrily, to the soldier. "Back with you, and take your jade." "Mr. Adjutant, help me! What can I do?" cried the doctor's wife. "Please let this team pass. Don't you see that it is a woman?" said Prince Andrei, riding up to the officer. The officer glanced at him, and without saying a word turned to the soldier again. "I'll teach you! Back!" "Let them pass, I tell you," repeated Prince Andrei, compressing his lips. "Who are you, anyway?" suddenly cried the officer, turning to Prince Andrei in a drunken fury. "Who are you?" He addressed him insolently, with a special emphasis on the pronoun. "Are you commander here? I'm the commander here, and not you. Back with you. I'll knock you flatter'n a pancake." This expression had evidently pleased the officer. "He gave the little adjutant a capital rating," said a voice behind. Prince Andrei saw that the officer had got into one of those paroxysms of drunken fury in which a man is not responsible for what he says. He saw that his interference in the troubles of the doctor's wife was attended with what he feared more than aught else in the world, being made ridiculous. But instinct immediately came to his aid. The officer had not time to finish what he was saying, before Prince Andrei, his face distorted by rage, rode up to him and threw up his whip. "Have the goodness to let them pass!" The officer made an angry gesture and hastily rode off. "It all comes from them, from these staff officers, all this disorder does," he muttered. "Do as you please." Prince Andrei hastily rode away without looking up or heeding the thanks of the doctor's wife, who called him her preserver, and, recalling with disgust the particulars of this humiliating scene, he galloped toward the village where he had been told that the commander-in-chief was to be found. When he reached the village, he dismounted and started for the first house, intending to rest, if only for a minute, and get something to eat and try to banish all the humiliating thoughts that tortured him. "This is a troop of footpads and not an army," he was saying to himself, when, just as he happened to look up at the window of the first house, a well-known voice called him by name. He looked up and saw Nesvitsky's handsome face thrust out of the little window. Nesvitsky, vigorously chewing something in his moist mouth, was waving his hand and calling him to come in. "Bolkonsky! Bolkonsky! Don't you hear me? Come quick!" he cried. Entering the house, Prince Andrei found Nesvitsky and another adjutant having some lunch. They turned eagerly to Bolkonsky with the question whether he had brought anything new. Prince Andrei read in their familiar faces an expression of alarm and uneasiness. This expression was especially noticeable on Nesvitsky's unusually jolly face. "Where's the commander-in-chief?" asked Bolkonsky. "Here, in this very house," replied the adjutant. "Tell us, is it true there is peace and a capitulation?" demanded Nesvitsky. "I should have to ask you that. I know nothing, except that I had great trouble in finding you." "And what sort of a plight do you find us in? It's horrible, my dear fellow. I plead guilty for having laughed at Mac, but here we are in a far worse position, brother," said Nesvitsky. "But sit down and have something to eat." "Now, Prince, you won't find your luggage or anything, and only God knows where your man Pyotr is," said the other adjutant. "Where's the headquarters?" "We are to spend the night at Naum." "And I had everything that I needed packed on 2 horses," said Nesvitsky, "and they made me some splendid pack saddles, even though we should have to worry through the mountains of Bohemia. It's a bad state of things, brother. What's the matter? Aren't you well? You shake so," asked Nesvitsky, noticing that a sudden tremor ran over Prince Andrei, as though from the discharge of a Leyden jar. "Nothing is the matter," replied Prince Andrei. He happened at that instant to remember his recent encounter with the doctor's wife and the officer of the baggage train. "What's the commander-in-chief doing here?" he went on to ask. "I haven't the least idea," replied Nesvitsky. "All I know is that it's nasty, nasty, nasty business," said Prince Andrei, and he started for the house where the commander-in-chief was. Passing by Kutuzov's carriage, the jaded saddle horses of his suite, and the vociferating Cossacks, he went into the cottage. Kutuzov himself, as Prince Andrei had been told, was in the cottage with Prince Bagration and Weyrother. Weyrother was the Austrian general who had succeeded to the place of the Schmidt who had been killed. In the entry, the little Kozlovsky was squatting on his heels before a clerk. The clerk, with his cuffs rolled up, was hastily writing, with a tub turned over for a desk. Kozlovsky's face looked pinched and wan. He had evidently not slept the night before. He glanced up as Prince Andrei came in, but he did not even nod to him. "Second line. Have you written it?" said he, proceeding with what he was dictating to the clerk. "The Kiev Grenadiers. The Podolian." "Don't go so fast, your honor," said the clerk in a disrespectful and surly manner, looking up at Kozlovsky. Kutuzov's animated and impatient voice was at this moment heard in the room beyond, answered by another which Prince Andrei did not recognize. By the sound of these two voices, by the preoccupied way in which Kozlovsky glanced at him, by the surly disrespect shown by the clerk, by the fact that the clerk and Kozlovsky were sitting on the floor by a tub, and so handy to the commander-in-chief, and finally, because the Cossacks holding the saddle horses were laughing so noisily in front of the windows, by all this, Prince Andrei was impressed with the idea that something grave and disagreeable must have occurred. Prince Andrei, with urgency, turned to Kozlovsky with questions. "In a moment, Prince," said Kozlovsky. "These are the dispositions for Bagration." "But the capitulation?" "There's no such thing. Preparations are making for a battle." Prince Andrei started for the room where he heard the talking. But just as he was going to open the door, the voices in the room became silent, the door was flung open, and Kutuzov, with his eagle nose and puffy face, appeared on the threshold. Prince Andrei stood directly in front of him, but from the expression of the commander-in-chief's one available eye, it could be seen that he was so absolutely absorbed by his work and idea that he did not see anything at all. He looked straight into his aide's face, and yet did not recognize him. "How now? Finished?" he inquired of Kozlovsky. "In 1 second, Excellency." Bagration, a short, slender man, still in the prime of life, and with a firm and impassive face of the Oriental type, followed the commander-in-chief. "I have the honor of presenting myself," said Prince Andrei, in a pretty loud tone, and at the same time extending an envelope. "Ah? From Vienna? Good. Wait a little, wait a little." Kutuzov and Bagration went out on the step. "Well, Prince, good-bye," said he to Bagration. "Christ be with you. I give you my best wishes for the great emprise." Kutuzov's face unexpectedly softened, and the tears came into his eyes. With his left hand he drew Bagration to him, and with his right, on which flashed a ring, he made the sign of the cross over him in a manner peculiar to himself, and offered him his puffy cheek to kiss, instead of which Bagration kissed him on the neck. "Christ be with you," repeated Kutuzov, and got into the calash. "Come with me," said he to Bolkonsky. "Your Excellency, I should like to be employed in this movement. Let me stay in Prince Bagration's division." "Come with me," again said Kutuzov, and noticing that Bolkonsky hesitated, he added, "I myself need good officers. I need them myself." They took their seats in the calash and drove in silence for some minutes. "There is still much, very much before us," said he, with an old man's keenness of perception, as though he clearly read all that was passing in Bolkonsky's mind. "If a 10th part of this division returns tomorrow, I shall thank God," added Kutuzov, as though talking to himself. Prince Andrei looked at Kutuzov, and his eyes were involuntarily attracted by the deep scar on Kutuzov's temple, where the Turkish bullet had crashed through his head at Ismailio and his extravasated eye. Yes, he has a right to speak thus calmly of the destruction of these men, thought Prince Bolkonsky. That was the very reason why I asked you to let me go with that division, said he aloud. Kutuzov made no reply. It seemed as though he had already forgotten what he had just said, and he sat absorbed in thought. 5 minutes later, Kutuzov, comfortably rocking on the easy springs of the calash, turned to Prince Andrei. His face showed not a sign of emotion. With gentle irony he began to ask Prince Andrei after the details of his interview with the Emperor, and the court gossip concerning the Krems engagement, and concerning certain women of whom both of them were acquainted. End of chapter 13. Part 2, Chapter 14 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Kutuzov had learned on the 13th of November through one of his scouts that the army under his command was in an almost helpless position. The scout had brought word that the French, in overwhelming numbers, had crossed the bridge at Vienna and were marching to cut off the communication between Kutuzov and the reinforcements coming to him from Russia. If Kutuzov decided to remain at Krems, then Napoleon's army of 150,000 men would cut him off from all his communications, would outflank his exhausted army of 40,000, and then he would be in the same position as Mack at Ulm. If Kutuzov decided to abandon the road leading to his point of communications with his reinforcements, then he would be obliged to penetrate into the unknown and pathless region of the Bohemian mountains, defending his rear from the constant attacks of the enemy on his trail, and giving up all hope of effecting a junction with Buxhovden. If Kutuzov determined to take the highway from Krems to Olmütz so as to meet the reinforcements from Russia, then he ran the risk of being anticipated on this route by the French, who had crossed the Danube at Vienna and would be likely to force him to fight in the middle of the march, burdened with all the luggage and heavy baggage, and to deal with an enemy double his own number, and surrounding him on every side. Kutuzov had decided on this last alternative. The French, according to the report of the scout, had crossed the bridge at Vienna and were in full march upon Znaim, which lay in the line of Kutuzov's projected retreat, more than 100 versts, about 60 miles, ahead of him. If they could reach Znaim before the French, they were in a fair hope of saving the army, but if the French were given a chance of getting into Znaim first, it meant the disgrace of a surrender, like that at Ulm, or else the general destruction of the army. It was certainly impossible to anticipate the French with all the troops. The road which the French would traverse from Vienna to Znaim was both shorter and better than the road which the Russians had from Krems to Znaim. On the night after receiving this information, Kutuzov sent 4,000 men of Bagration's vanguard over the mountains to occupy the road from Vienna to Znaim. Bagration was ordered to make this short cut without pausing to rest. He was to face Vienna and turn his back on Znaim, and if he succeeded in anticipating the French, he was to do his best to hold them in check. Kutuzov himself, with all the baggage, would hasten on towards Znaim. Bagration, crossing the mountains marching without a road, 45 versts on a stormy night, losing a third part of his forces in stragglers, came out with his famished, shoeless men at Hollabrunn, on the road from Vienna to Znaim, a few hours before the French reached it from Vienna. It was necessary for Kutuzov to travel a whole day and night with his baggage wagons before reaching Znaim, and therefore, in order to save the army, Bagration, with only 4,000 soldiers, hungry and tired out, was obliged to engage the entire force of the enemy during the course of the 24 hours. This was manifestly impossible. But a strange chance made the impossible possible. Having been successful in the piece of finesse which had given the French the bridge at Vienna without a blow, Murat thought that it would be fine to try a similar deception on Kutuzov. Meeting Bagration's feeble contingent on the road to Znaim, he supposed that it was Kutuzov's whole army. In order that there might be no question of his crushing this army, he determined to await the arrival of all the forces that had started out from Vienna, and with this end in view, he proposed an armistice for 3 days with the condition that both armies should not change their positions or move from their places. Murat asserted that negotiations for peace were already in progress and that, therefore, in order to avoid the useless shedding of blood, he had proposed the armistice. The Austrian general, Count Nositz, who was posted in the van, credited the words of Murat's emissary and retired, exposing Bagration. Another emissary came to the Russian line to make the same assurances about negotiations of peace and to propose 3 days' armistice. Bagration answered that he was not authorized either to refuse or accept an armistice, and he sent his adjutant back to Kutuzov to carry the proposition that had been made to him. The armistice was, for Kutuzov, the only means of gaining time, of giving Bagration's toil-worn division a chance to rest, and of sending the baggage wagons and other things, the movements of which were concealed from the French, by a roundabout way to Znaim. The proposal for an armistice offered the only possibility, and one most unexpected, of saving the army. On receipt of this news, Kutuzov promptly sent his adjutant general, Winzengoroda, who happened to be present, over to the hostile camp. Winzengoroda was not only to accept the armistice, but also even to propose terms of capitulation, while, in the meantime, Kutuzov sent his aides back to expedite the movements of the baggage train of the whole army along the road from Krems to Znaim. The weary, famished contingent under Bagration was to cover this operation of the baggage train and of the whole army, and to maintain a firm front against the enemy 8 times as strong. Kutuzov saw that by discussing terms of capitulation, which did not bind him to anything, time would be gained for sending around at least a portion of the heavy baggage, but he also saw that Murat's blunder would be quickly detected. Both of these anticipations were realized. As soon as Bonaparte, who was at Schönbrunn, 25 versts from Hollabrunn, read Murat's report and his scheme for an armistice and capitulation, he saw through the hoax and wrote the following letter to him. Schönbrunn, November 16, 1805, 8 o'clock a.m. To Prince Murat. I cannot find words to express my displeasure. You merely command my van and have no right to conclude an armistice without orders from me. You are making me lose the advantage of a campaign. End the armistice instantly and march on the enemy. Explain to him that the general who signed this capitulation had no right to do so, that only the Emperor of Russia has this right. However, if the Russian Emperor should ratify the proposed agreement, I also would ratify it. But it is only a trick. March. Destroy the Russian army. You are in a position to capture their baggage and artillery. The Russian Emperor's adjutant general is a blank. Officers are of no account when they are not endowed with any powers. This one had none. The Austrians let themselves be duped without crossing the Vienna Bridge. You have allowed yourself to be duped by the Russians. Napoleon. Bonaparte's aide galloped off at headlong speed to carry this angry letter to Murat. Bonaparte himself, not feeling confidence in his generals, moved toward the field of battle with all his guards, fearing lest he should be cheated of his prey, and the 4,000 men under Bagration, gaily building Bouvier fires, dried and warmed themselves, and for the first time in 3 days cooked their kasha gruel, and not one of the detachment knew or dreamed of what was threatening them. End of chapter 14. Part 2, Chapter 15 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon when Prince Andrei, having through his urgency been granted his request by Kutuzov, reached Grund and reported to Bagration. Bonaparte's aide had not yet reached Murat's division, and the battle had not begun. Nothing was known in Bagration's detachment about the general course of events. They talked about a peace, but did not believe in its possibility. They talked also about an engagement, but neither did they believe in the imminence of any engagement. Bagration, knowing that Bolkonsky was the commander-in-chief's favorite and trusted adjutant, received him with all the marks of respect and condescension possible to a commander, assured him that either that day or the next an engagement would probably take place, and granted him free choice to be present with him during the battle, or to remain in the rear and superintend the retreat, which, he said, would be a very important position. However, it is most likely that nothing will be done today, said Prince Bagration, as if to relieve Prince Andrei's anxieties. At the same time, he thought, if this is only one of the ordinary jack-a-dandies of the staff, sent out to win a cross, he will get it just as well by staying in the rear. But if he desires to be with me, let him. He will be useful if he is a brave officer. Prince Andrei gave no decided answer, but asked the prince's permission to reconnoiter the position and learn the disposition of the forces, so that in case of necessity he might know where he was. An officer on duty, a handsome man, faultlessly attired and with a diamond ring on his index finger, who spoke French badly but fluently, offered to be Prince Andrei's guide. On all sides were to be seen wet and melancholy-looking officers, apparently searching for something, and soldiers lugging from the village doors, benches, and fences. "Here, Prince, we cannot get rid of men such as these," said the staff officer, pointing to the soldiers. The officers let them leave their places, and here again, the officer pointed to a sutler's tent pitched near them. "They gather around and loaf and loaf. This morning I drove them all out, and look, it's all full again. I must go and disperse them. 1 minute." "Let us go, and I will get some cheese and a loaf of bread from him," said Prince Andrei, who had not yet had anything to eat. "Why didn't you tell me, Prince? I should have been delighted to have shared my bread and salt with you." They dismounted and went into the sutler's tent, where a few men and a number of officers with flushed and weary faces were sitting around a table, eating and drinking. "Now what does this mean, gentlemen?" said the staff officer in a tone of vexation, like a man who has been iterating the same thing again and again. "You know it is forbidden to absent yourself from your posts in this way. The prince has forbidden any such thing, and here you are, Mr. Captain," said he, turning to a little lean, dirty artillery officer, who without boots, he had given them to the sutler to dry, in his stocking feet, stood up as the others entered, and greeted them with a not altogether natural smile. "Well, aren't you ashamed of yourself, Captain Tushin?" continued the staff officer. "One would think that as an officer you would set a good example, and here you are with your boots off. If an alarm were sounded you would make a fine show without boots." The staff officer smiled satirically. "Please go to your places, gentlemen. All of you," he added, in a tone of command. Prince Andrei could not help smiling as he looked at Captain Tushin, who, silent and smiling, stood first on one bare foot and then on the other, and looked inquiringly with his large, intelligent, and good-natured eyes from Prince Andrei to the officer of the day. "The soldiers say it is easier to go barefooted," said Captain Tushin, timid and still smiling, evidently anxious to escape from his awkward predicament by assuming a jesting tone. But he did not say anything further, as though he felt that his joke was not appreciated and was not a success. He grew confused. "Please go to your places," repeated the staff officer, trying to preserve his gravity. Prince Andrei once more glanced at the diminutive form of the artillery officer. There was something about it peculiar, utterly unmilitary, and rather comical, but still extraordinarily attractive. The officer of the day and Prince Andrei remounted their horses and rode on. Having passed by the village, constantly overtaking or meeting soldiers and officers of different divisions, they came in sight of the new entrenchments at their left, made of reddish clay freshly dug up. Several battalions of soldiers in their shirt sleeves, in spite of the cold wind, and looking like white ants, were busy digging at these fortifications. Behind the breastworks, shovels full of red clay were constantly tossed up by the men hidden from sight. They rode up to the earthworks, examined them, and riding on, mounted the opposite slope. From the top of it they could see the French. Prince Andrei reined in his horse and began to look around. "There's where our battery is stationed," said the staff officer, indicating the highest point, "under command of that droll fellow whom we saw without his boots. From the top there you can get a bird's eye view of everything. Let us go to it, Prince." "I thank you cordially, but now I can make my way alone," said Prince Andrei, wishing to get rid of the staff officer. "Do not trouble yourself, I beg you." The staff officer turned back, and Prince Andrei rode on alone. The farther toward the front he rode, and the nearer to the enemy he came, the more orderly and admirably disposed seemed to be the army. The greatest disorder and despondency were in the division of the baggage train before Znaim, which Prince Andrei had overtaken that morning, and which was at least 10 versts from the French. In Grund also there was a certain atmosphere of apprehension and fear of something. But the nearer Prince Andrei came to the French outposts, the more satisfactory seemed to be the condition of the Russian forces. The soldiers in their capotes stood drawn up in line, and a sergeant and captain were counting the men, laying a finger on the breast of the last soldier of each division and directing him to lift his hand. Others, scattered over the whole space, were dragging sticks and brushwood and constructing rude huts, while they gaily laughed and chatted. Around the bivouac fires some dressed and others stripped were drying their shirts and leg wrappers, mending their boots and capotes, crowding around the kettles and kasha boilers. In one company dinner was ready, and the soldiers, with eager faces, gazed at the steaming kettle and waited while the kapternamus, or sergeant, carried a wooden cupful to be tasted by the officer who was sitting on a log in front of his hut. In another company, more fortunate, since not all were provided with vodka, the soldiers stood in a throng around a pock-marked, broad-shouldered sergeant, who, tilting the keg, filled in turn the covers of the cans which eager hands extended toward him. The soldiers, with reverent faces, lifted the can covers to their lips, drained them, and rinsing the vodka in their mouths and wiping them on their coat sleeves, went off with contented faces. All the faces were as free from care as though the enemy were miles away, and there was no probability of a battle in which at least half of the division might be left on the field, as though indeed they were somewhere in their native land anticipating undisturbed repose. Having ridden past the regiment of Jaegers, Prince Andrei reached the Krief Grenadiers, gallant young fellows, occupied all with the same peaceful pursuits, but not far from the regimental commander's hut, distinguished only by its height from the others, he saw a platoon of the grenadiers, in front of whom lay a man, stripped. 2 soldiers held him down, and 2 flourishing supple rods were giving him measured strokes on his naked back. The man who was undergoing the punishment screamed unnaturally. A stout major walked up and down in front of the line, and without heeding the man's shrieks, kept saying, "It's scandalous for a soldier to steal. A soldier ought to be honest, noble, and brave, and if he steals from his comrade, he has no honor in him, he is a mean fellow. More, more," and still resounded the swishing of the rods and the despairing but pretendedly piteous cries. "More, more," repeated the major. A young officer, who was just turning away from the scene of the punishment with a mixed expression of incredulity and compassion, looked up questioningly at the adjutant as he rode by. Prince Andrei, penetrating to the extreme front, rode along by the outposts. The Russian pickets and those of the French were separated by a considerable distance at each flank, but at the center, on the space where the emissaries had crossed in the morning, the lines were so close that they could see each other's faces and exchange remarks. Besides the soldiers, who were stationed as pickets in this place, there stood on both sides many sightseers, who, laughing and jesting, stared at the hostile troops as though they were strange and foreign curiosities. Ever since early morning, notwithstanding the orders to stay away, the officers had been unable to rid themselves of these inquisitive individuals. The soldiers, standing in the lines like men who had come out to see something rare, no longer paid any attention to the French, but made observations on the newcomers, or, bored to death, waited to be relieved. Prince Andrei reined in his horse to reconnoiter the French. "Look you, look," said one soldier to his comrade, pointing to a musketeer, who, in company with an officer, had gone up to the line of sentries and was talking earnestly and haughtily with a French grenadier. "See how glib he jabbers. The Frenchman can't begin to keep up with him. That beats you, Sidorov." "Wait, listen. He's clever," replied Sidorov, who considered himself a master in the art of speaking French. The soldier whom the jesters were remarking was Dolokhov. Prince Andrei recognized him and listened to what he was saying. Dolokhov, with his captain, had gone up to the sentry on the left flank where their regiment was stationed. "There, once more, urged the captain, leaning forward and trying not to miss a word, albeit it was perfectly unintelligible to him. "Please make haste. What does he say?" Dolokhov did not answer his captain. He had got drawn into a heated discussion with the French grenadier. Naturally, they were talking about the campaign. The Frenchman, confusing the Austrians with the Russians, contended that it was the Russians who had surrendered and run away from Ulm. Dolokhov contended that the Russians had not surrendered but had beaten the French. "And here, if they tell us to clear you out, we will do it," said Dolokhov. "You look out that we don't take you and all your Cossacks with us," retorted the Frenchman. The spectators and the Frenchmen, who were listening, laughed. "We will teach you to dance Russian fashion, as we did in the time of Suvorov," said Dolokhov. What's that time he's giving us?" asked another Frenchman. "Ancient history," said another, perceiving that the reference was to some past war. "The emperor will teach your Suvora the same as he has taught others." "Bonaparte," began Dolokhov, but the Frenchman interrupted him. "We have no Bonaparte. We have the emperor, sacre nom," cried the other excitedly. "The devil skin your emperor!" And Dolokhov began to pour out a string of oaths, in Russian, soldier fashion, and shouldering his musket, walked off. "Let us be going, Ivan Lukitch," he said to his captain. "He stopped talking French," cried the soldiers in the line. "Now it's your turn, Sidorov." Sidorov winked and addressed the Frenchman, beginning to jabber a perfect stream of meaningless words. "Kari, mala, tafa, safi, mutter, kashka," he jabbered, trying to give great expression to the inflections of his voice. "Ho, ho, ho! Ha, ha, ha! Ugh, ugh!" rang among the soldiers with such a hearty and jovial laughter that the Frenchmen across the line were irresistibly infected, and one would have thought, after this, that all that was necessary was for them to fire off their muskets, explode their cartridges, and scatter to their homes as soon as possible. But the guns remained loaded. The barbarians in the huts and earthworks looked out just as threateningly as ever, and the unlimbered cannon remained as before, pointing at each other. End of chapter 15. Part 2, Chapter 16 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. After riding the entire line, from the right flank to the left, Prince Andrei made his way to the battery, from which, according to the staff officer, the whole field was visible. Here he dismounted and leaned against the last one of 4 unlimbered field pieces. A sentry, who was pacing up and down in front of the guns, started to give Prince Andrei the military salute, but at a sign from the officer, desisted, and once more began his monotonous, tedious march. Behind the guns were the gun carriages. Still farther back the horses were picketed, and the bivouac fires of the gunners were burning. At the left, at a little distance from the outmost gun, was a new, wattled hut, in which could be heard the lively voices of officers, talking together. It was true, from the battery a view was disclosed of almost all the disposition of the Russian forces, and of a large part of the enemy's. Directly in front of the battery, on the slope of another hill, lay the village of Schöngraben. Farther, both to the left and to the right, could be distinguished in 3 places, through the smoke of their bivouac fires, the masses of the French troops, the greater part of which were evidently stationed in the village itself and behind the hill. At the left of the village, in the smoke, something that resembled a battery could be made out, but by the naked eye it was impossible to distinguish it clearly. The Russian right flank was distributed along a rather steep elevation, which commanded the position of the French. Here were stationed the Russian infantry, and at the very end could be seen the dragoons. At the center, where Tushin's battery was posted, and where Prince Andrei was studying the lay of the land, there was a very steep and direct descent and approach to a brook separating the Russians from Schöngraben. At the left of the Russian position, the infantry were engaged in cutting wood in the forest, and there also arose the smoke of their bivouac fires. The French lines were much more extended than ours, and it was plain that the French could outflank us easily, on both sides. Back of our position was a steep and deep ravine, along which it would be difficult for artillery or cavalry to retreat. Prince Andrei, leaning on the cannon, took out a notebook and drew a plan of the disposition of the armies. At 2 places he indicated with a pencil certain observations to which he should draw Bagration's attention. In the first place, it was his idea that the artillery should be concentrated in the center, and in the second place, to transfer all the cavalry to the other side of the ravine. Prince Andrei, having been constantly thrown with the commander-in-chief and occupied with the movements of masses and general arrangements, and having diligently studied descriptions of historical engagements, found himself involuntarily trying to forecast the course of the action, but only in its general features. He imagined that the engagement would probably occur somewhat as follows. If the enemy attack the right flank, he said to himself, the Krief Grenadiers and the Polodian Jaegers will be obliged to hold their position until the reserves from the center are sent to their aid. In this case, the dragoons may attack the flank and cut them to pieces. In case the attack is made on the center, we must place on this elevation our central battery, and under its protection we can draw back the left flank and let them retreat down the ravine en échelon." Thus he reflected. All the time that he was in the battery by the cannon, he had constantly heard the voices of the officers talking in the hut. But, as often happens, he had not noticed a single word that they said. Suddenly, he was so struck by the tone of sincerity in the tone of their voices that he involuntarily began to listen. "No, my dear," said a pleasant voice that somehow seemed very familiar to Prince Andrei. "I say that if it were possible to know what was to be after death, then none of us would have any fear of death. That's so, my dear." Another voice, evidently that of a younger man, interrupted him. "Well, whether we're afraid of it or not, it's all the same, there's no escaping it." "But all men are afraid of it." "Yes, you know so much," said a third lusty voice, breaking in upon the others. "You artillerymen know so much because you can take with you, everywhere you go, your tipples of vodka and your rations." And the possessor of the lusty voice, evidently an infantry officer, laughed. "Yes, all men are afraid of it," continued the first familiar voice. "We are afraid of the unknown, that's it. It's no use saying the soul goes up to heaven. Why, we know very well that up yonder there's no heaven, but only the atmosphere." Again the lusty voice interrupted the artilleryman. "Come now, Tushin, let us have some of your travnik." "So that is the very same captain who is at the Salter's tent, in his stocking feet," said Prince Andrei to himself, glad to recognize the pleasant voice of the philosopher. "The travnik you can have," said Tushin, "but still, as to comprehending the life to come—" He did not finish his sentence. At that instant a whiz was heard in the air, nearer and nearer, swifter and louder, and a cannonball, as though unable to say all that it wanted to say, plunged into the earth not far from the hut, tearing up the ground with superhuman violence. The ground seemed to groan with the terrible shock. In a moment the little Tushin came running out of the hut ahead of the others, with his after-dinner pipe at the side of his mouth, his kind, intelligent face rather pale. He was followed by the possessor of the lusty voice, a young infantry officer, who hurried off to his company, buttoning his coat as he ran. End of chapter 16. Part 2, Chapter 17 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Prince Andrei mounted his horse, but remained in the battery, trying to distinguish by the smoke the cannon that had sent the projectile. His eyes wandered over the whole landscape. All that he could make out was, that the till now motionless masses of the French were beginning to stir, and that there really was a battery at the left. The smoke above it had not yet dispersed. 2 French riders, apparently aides, were spurring down the hill. At the foot of the hill, a small, but clearly distinguishable column of the enemy were moving, evidently for the purpose of strengthening the lines. The smoke of the first gun had not blown away when another puff arose, followed by the report. The action had begun. Prince Andrei turned his horse and galloped back to Grund to find Prince Bagration. Behind him he heard the cannonade, growing more frequent and louder. It was plain that our side had begun to reply. Below, in the space where the envoys had met, musket shots were heard. Lemarot, with Bonaparte's angry letter, had just dashed up to Murat, and Murat, ashamed of himself and anxious to retrieve his blunder, had immediately begun to move his army against the center, and at the same time around both flanks, hoping before night and the arrival of the emperor to demolish the insignificant division that opposed him. "It has begun. Here it is," said Prince Andrei to himself, feeling his heart beat more violently. "But where? How shall I find my Toulon?" Riding among the companies which had been eating their kasha gruel and drinking vodka only a quarter of an hour before, he everywhere found the soldiers hastily moving about, getting into line and examining their guns. On all faces there was the same feeling of expectancy which he had in his heart. The face of every soldier seemed to say, "It has begun. Here it is. How terrible! How glorious!" Before he reached the unfinished earthworks, he saw in the twilight of the gloomy autumn day some horsemen riding toward him. The foremost, in a felt burqa and lamb's wool cap, rode a white horse. This was Prince Bagration. Prince Andrei stopped and waited for them. Prince Bagration reined in his horse and, recognizing Prince Andrei, nodded to him. He kept his eyes straight ahead all the time, while Prince Andrei was reporting to him what he had seen. The thought, "It has begun, here it is," could also be read on Bagration's strong, brown face with the half-closed, dull eyes that seemed to show the lack of sleep. Prince Andrei, with uneasy curiosity, looked into his impassive face and tried to read whether he had any thoughts or feelings, and if so, what the thoughts and feelings of this man were at this moment. Is there anything remarkable behind that impassive face? Prince Bagration nodded his head in approval of what Prince Andrei reported and said, "Good," as though all that had taken place and all that he heard was exactly what he had already anticipated. Prince Andrei, all out of breath from his swift gallop, spoke hurriedly. Prince Bagration pronounced his words with his Eastern accent and with especial deliberation, as though to give the impression that there was no haste. However, he put his horse to the trot in the direction of Tushin's battery. Prince Andrei and his suite followed him. His suite consisted of an attaché, of Zherkov, the prince's personal adjutant, an orderly, the staff officer of the day on a handsome English cob, and a civil chinovnik serving as auditor, who, out of curiosity, had asked permission to come out to the battle. The auditor, a fat man with a fat face, with a naive smile of delight, glanced around as he jolted on his horse, presenting a strange figure, his camelot cloak on a pack saddle, among the hussars, Cossacks, and adjutants. "This man here wanted to see a battle," said Zherkov to Bolkonsky, pointing to the auditor. "Why, he's got a pain in the pit of his stomach already." "Come now, that'll do," exclaimed the auditor, with a radiant, naive, and at the same time shrewd smile, as though he enjoyed being made the butt of Zherkov's jokes, and as though he purposely made himself out to be duller than he really was. "Très drôle, mon monsieur prince," said the staff officer of the day. He remembered that in French there was some peculiar way of speaking the title of prince, but he could not get it quite right. By this time they had all reached Tushin's battery. A cannonball fell a short distance in front of them. "What was that fell?" asked the auditor, with his naive smile. "French pancakes," replied Zherkov. "Such things kill, I suppose," mused the auditor. "How shocking!" And it was evident that he took great delight in witnessing the whole scene. The words were hardly out of his mouth, when again unexpectedly came the same terrible whistle, interrupted suddenly by striking into something alive, and swish, 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 a Cossack, riding only a few steps behind, and at the right, plunged off his horse and to the ground. Zherkov and the staff officer of the day crouched down in their saddles and drew their horses to one side. The auditor reined up near the Cossack and looked at him with eager curiosity. The Cossack was dead. The horse was still struggling. Prince Bagration, blinking his eyes, glanced around, and seeing the cause of the confusion, turned his head again indifferently, as much as to say, "It isn't worth while to bother with trifles." He reined in his horse with the skill of a good rider, bent over a trifle, and adjusted his sword, which had got entangled in his burqa. The sword was an old one, unlike those worn at the present time. Prince Andrei remembered having heard it said that Suvorov had given his sword to Bagration in Italy, and this recollection was peculiarly agreeable to him at this time. They reached the very same battery where Bolkonsky had been when he made his reconnaissance of the battlefield. "Whose company?" asked Prince Bagration of the gunner who was standing by the caissons. He asked "whose company," but his question seemed really to imply, "Aren't you all frightened, you men here?" And the gunner understood it so. "Captain Tushin's, your Excellency," cried the freckled, red-haired gunner, in a jocund voice, saluting. "So," exclaimed Bagration, absent-mindedly, as he passed by the limbers toward the last gun. Just as he reached it, this cannon rang out, with a report that deafened Bagration and his suite, and in the smoke that spread round could be seen the gunners, seizing the cannon and slowly bringing it back to its first place. Gunner number 1, a huge soldier with broad shoulders, holding the sponge, leaped back with a long stride to the wheel, and number 2, with trembling hand, forced the charge down the muzzle. A little round-shouldered man, the officer Tushin, stumbled over the tail of the carriage, hastened forward without heeding the general, and gazed into the distance from under his small hand. "Raise it 2 lines more. There, There, that'll do," he cried in his little thin voice, to which he tried to impart a vigor ill-suiting his nature. "Number 2," he whined. "Let 'em have it, Medvedev." Bagration beckoned to the officer, and Tushin, with an awkward and timid gesture, absolutely unlike those used by military men, and more like a priest when giving a blessing, raised 3 fingers to his visor and went to the general. Although it had been intended for Tushin's field pieces to sweep the valley, he had begun to send red-hot balls at the village of Schöngraben, in front of which heavy masses of the French could be seen concentrating. No one had directed Tushin where and how to fire, and so, having consulted with his sergeant, Zakharchenko, in whom he had great confidence, he decided that it would be a good plan to set the village on fire. "Good," said Bagration, in reply to the officer's scheme, and then began to scan the field of battle before him, and seemed to be lost in thought. On the right, in the foreground, the French were advancing. Below the height on which the Kiev regiment was stationed, in the ravine through which flowed the brook, could be heard the soul-stirring roll and rattle of musketry, and just at the right, the attaché pointed out to the prince the column of the French trying to outflank our wing. At the left, the horizon ended in dense forest. Prince Bagration ordered 2 battalions from the center to strengthen the right wing. The attaché ventured to remark to the prince that if these battalions were withdrawn, the artillery would be uncovered. Prince Bagration turned to the attaché and without replying looked at him through his lifeless eyes. It seemed to Prince Andrei that the attaché's criticism was correct, and that in fact no reply could be made to it. But at this instant an adjutant came galloping up from the regimental commander who was in the valley, with the report that overwhelming masses of the French were marching down upon them, and that his regiment was demoralized and was falling back upon the Kiev grenadiers. Prince Bagration inclined his head in token of assent and approval. He walked slowly towards the right, and then sent the adjutant to order the dragoons to charge the French. But after the adjutant had been gone half an hour with this order, he returned with the report that the commander of the dragoon regiment had retired to the other side of the ravine so as to escape the destructive fire brought to bear upon him and to avoid useless loss of life, and therefore he had dispatched sharpshooters into the woods. "Good," said Bagration. Just as he was leaving the battery, at the left also, the reports of rifles in the forest began to be heard, and as it was too far for him to reach the left wing in time, Prince Bagration sent Zherkov thither to tell the old general, the very one who had exhibited his regiment before Kutuzov at Braunau, to retreat as soon as possible to the other side of the ravine, since, probably, the right wing would not be strong enough to withstand the enemy any length of time. Tushin and the battalion covering him were quite forgotten. Prince Andrei listened attentively to Prince Bagration's conversation with his subordinates, and to the orders that he issued, and to this amazement discovered that in reality he did not give any orders at all, but that the prince only tried to give the impression that all that was done by his various officers, either through necessity, chance, or volition, was done if not exactly by his orders, at all events in accordance with his design. Prince Andrei noticed that owing to the tact displayed by Prince Bagration, in spite of the fortuitousness of events and their absolute independence of the general's will, his presence was of great importance. The subordinates, with distracted faces, who kept galloping up to the prince, instantly became calm. Soldiers and officers received him with enthusiasm and were animated by his presence, and evidently took pride in displaying their courage. End of chapter 17. Part 2, Chapter 18 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Prince Bagration, having ridden up to the highest point of our right flank, began to make the descent toward the spot where a continual rattle of musketry was heard, and nothing could be seen through the gunpowder smoke. The nearer they approached the valley, the less they could see what was going on, but the more evident it became that they were near an actual battlefield. They began to meet with wounded. One man, with bleeding head and without his cap, was being dragged along on the arms of 2 soldiers. He was gurgling and spitting. The bullet had apparently entered his mouth or throat. Another whom they met was stoutly marching off by himself without his musket, groaning loudly and shaking his injured hand with the keenness of the smart, while the blood was slowly dripping down his capote. His face appeared more frightened than hurt. He had only just been wounded. Crossing the road, They rode down a steep incline, and on the slope they saw a number of men lying. Then they met a crowd of soldiers, none of whom were wounded. These soldiers were hurrying up the slope, breathing heavily, and in spite of the general's presence they were talking in loud voices and gesticulating. Farther forward in the smoke could now be seen the ranks of gray capotes, and an officer, recognizing Bagration, dashed after the retreating throng of men, shouting to them to return. Bagration rode up to the lines, along which, here and there could be heard the swift crackling of musket shots, suppressed remarks, and the shouts of command. The whole atmosphere was dense with gunpowder smoke. The faces of all the soldiers were blackened with powder and full of animation. Some were ramming the charge home, others putting powder in the pan or taking wads from their pouches. Still others were firing. But it was impossible to make out what they were aiming at through the dense cloud of smoke which hung in the motionless air. Quite often could be heard the pleasant sounds of buzzing and whistling bullets. What does this mean? Prince Andrei asked himself as he rode up to the throng of soldiers. It cannot be a charge because they are not moving. It cannot be a square, for that is not the way they form. The regimental commander, a rather spare, slender old man, with eyelids that more than half concealed his aged-looking eyes, giving him a benignant aspect, rode up toward Prince Bagration with a pleasant smile, and received him as a host receives a welcome guest. He explained to Prince Bagration that the French had made a cavalry charge against his regiment, but that, though the charge had been repelled, it had cost him half of his men. The regimental commander declared that the charge had been repulsed, meaning to express by this military term what had happened to his forces, but in reality he himself did not know what had taken place during the preceding half hour, in the army entrusted to his command, and was unable to say with absolute certainty whether the charge had been repulsed or whether his regiment had been worsted in the attack. At the beginning of the engagement he simply knew this, that along his whole line cannonballs and shells began to fly and to kill his men, that next someone had cried, "The cavalry," and our men had begun to fire. And they had been firing till that time, not at the cavalry, which was out of sight, but at the French infantry showing themselves in the valley and shooting down our men. Prince Bagration inclined his head to signify that this was just as he had wished and anticipated. Turning to his adjutant, he ordered him to bring down from the hill the 2 battalions of the 6th Jaegers, by which they had just been riding. At this moment Prince Andrei was struck by the change which had taken place in Bagration's face. It expressed that concentrated and joyful resolution, such as is shown by a man ready on a hot day to leap into the water, and who is taking the final run. That impression of dullness and lethargy covering a pretense of deep thoughts had vanished away. His hawk's eyes, round and determined, looked straight ahead with an enthusiastic and rather contemptuous expression, and wandered restlessly from one object to another, although his motions were as slow and deliberate as before. The regimental commander turned to Prince Bagration and begged him to retire to the rear on the ground that it was very perilous where they were. "Please, your illustriousness, for God's sake," said he, looking for confirmation to the attaché who was turning away from him, "be kind enough to notice." He called his attention to the bullets which were constantly whizzing, singing, and whistling around them. He spoke in a questioning, reproachful tone, such as a joiner might use to a gentleman trying to use an axe. "This is our work, and we're used to it. But you will callous your dainty hands." He spoke as though there were no possibility of these bullets killing him, and his half-closed eyes gave his words a still more persuasive effect. The staff officer joined his entreaties to those of the regimental commander, but Prince Bagration did not deign to answer him, but merely gave his orders to have the men cease firing and to open the ranks so as to give room for the 2 battalions that were on their way to join them. Just as he issued his command, a breeze springing up lifted the canopy of smoke which covered the valley. It was as though an invisible hand stretched across the sky from right to left, and the opposite height, with the French marching down, was brought into full view. All eyes were involuntarily fixed upon this column of the enemy, moving toward us, and winding like a serpent down the escarpment of the hill. Already the soldiers' bearskin shakos could be seen. Already the officers could be distinguished from the ranks, and their banner as it clung around the staff. "They march superbly," said someone in Bagration's suite. The head of the column was now just entering the valley. The collision would necessarily take place on this side of the ravine. The remains of the regiment that had been in the action before hastily reformed and went toward the right. Behind them, driving in the stragglers, came the 2 battalions of the 6th Jaegers in good order. They had not yet reached the position where Bagration was, but their heavy, measured step could be heard as the whole body kept perfect time. On the left wing, nearest of all to Bagration, marched the company commander, a round-faced, stately man with a stupid, happy expression of face. He was the very man who had been in Titian's hut. It was evident that his only thought at this moment was that he was marching bravely past his superiors. With the self-satisfaction of one attracting notice, he marched by lightly on his muscular legs. He almost seemed to fly, without the slightest effort keeping his back straight and distinguishing himself by his grace from the heavy march of the men who pressed on after him. He carried down by his side a slender, delicate sword, unsheathed, a sort of curving scimitar, not like a weapon, and looking now at the commander, now back at his men, not once losing step, he gallantly hastened on with all the energy of his gigantic frame. It seemed as though all the strength of his mind were directed toward going past his commander in the best possible form. Being conscious that he was doing this, he was happy. Left, left, left. It seemed as if he said this inwardly at every step, and taking this same time, the wall of soldiers marched by with heavy knapsacks and equipment, as though each one of these hundreds of different soldiers, with their grave faces, said to themselves in thought, left, left, left. A stout major, puffing and losing step as he had to turn out of his way for a bush, a straggler, gasping for breath, his face expressing terror at his neglect, came at the double quick to overtake his company. A cannonball condensing the air before it flew over the heads of Bagration and his suite, and accenting the beat, left, left, plunged through the column. Close up ranks, ran the intrepid voice of the company commander. The soldiers made a bend around the place where the shot had made a gap. An old cavalryman, a non-commissioned officer who had remained behind to care for the wounded, regained the ranks, with a hop and a skip fell into step, and looked around sternly. Left, 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 seemed to resound from the threatening silence and from the monotonous tramping of feet beating simultaneously on the ground. Brave fellows, boys, said Prince Bagration. Glad, dad, ran the reply down the line. A morose-looking soldier, as he passed to the left, shouting at the top of his voice, turned his eyes on Bagration, his expression seeming to say, "You yourself know," and another, not looking up, and evidently afraid of having his attention distracted, with wide-open mouth, shouted and went by. The command was given to halt and unstrap knapsacks. Bagration rode up to the ranks that had just marched past him and got down from his horse. He gave the bridle to a Cossack, took off his burqa and handed it to him, stretched his legs, adjusted his leather cap on his head. The head of the French column, with officers at the front, now appeared at the foot of the hill. Es Bogum, God be with you, shouted Bagration in a firm, loud, ringing voice, and instantly taking the lead and lightly waving his arm, he led them himself, with the awkward and apparently laborious gait of a cavalryman, across the first half of the field. Prince Andrei felt as though some irresistible impulse dragged him forward, and he experienced a great sense of happiness. Already the French were near at hand. Already Prince Andrei, rushing on side by side with Bagration, saw the belts, the red epaulets, even the faces of the French. He clearly distinguished one elderly French officer who, with feet turned out and wearing gaiters, was struggling up the hill. Prince Bagration gave no new orders and marched on in silence at the head of his forces. Suddenly from among the French rang out one discharge, then a second, a third, and along the whole extent of the enemy's lines spread smoke and the rattle of musketry. A few of our men fell. In the number, that round-faced officer who had marched so gallantly and in such good form. But at the very instant that first discharge had taken place, Bagration turned round and shouted, "Hurrah!" "Hurrah, rah, rah!" rang in a protracted yell down our line, and outstripping Bagration and each other, in a broken but joyous and animated line, Our men dashed down the slope after the enemy who had given way. End of chapter 18. Part 2, chapter 19 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. The charge of the 6th Jaegers secured the retreat of the right wing. In the center, the action of Tushin's forgotten battery, which had succeeded in setting the village of Schöngraben on fire, retarded the advance of the French. They stopped to put out the conflagration, which the wind was spreading, and thus gave time to retreat. The retirement of the center through the ravine was accomplished hastily and noisily, but there was no sign of demoralization. But the left wing, consisting of the infantry of the Azov and Podolian regiments and the Pavlograd Hussars, which was attacked simultaneously and outflanked by overwhelming numbers of the French under the command of Lannes, was defeated. Bagration had sent Zherkov to the general in command of the left wing with orders to retreat slowly. Zherkov, raising his hand to his cap, struck spurs into his horse and swiftly dashed off. But he had not more than got out of Bagration's sight than his courage began to fail him. Irresistible fear came over him, and he could not make up his mind to go where it seemed to him so perilous. He rode over to the army of the left wing, but he did not dare press forward to the front, where there was firing, and he began to search for the general and the officers where there was no possibility of finding them, and therefore the order was not delivered. The command of the left wing fell by order of seniority to the regimental commander of that same brigade which had been reviewed at Braunau by Kutuzov, and in which Dolokhov served as a private. The command of the extreme left wing was entrusted to the colonel of the Pavlograd regiment, in which Rostov served. This led to a serious misunderstanding. The two commanders had become involved in a violent quarrel, and at the very time when the right wing was in the thick of the battle and the French had already begun to retreat, the two commanders were absorbed in a dispute, each doing his best to affront the other. The troops, both infantry and cavalry, were very far from being prepared for the work before them. The men, from private to general, were not expecting an engagement, and were calmly occupying themselves with the ordinary pursuits of peace. The cavalrymen engaged in feeding their horses, the infantry in collecting firewood. "He's my senior, however, in rank," the German colonel of hussars was saying, flushing and addressing the aide who had just ridden up to him. "So let him do as he pleases. I cannot sacrifice my hussars. Bugler, sound the retreat." But the battle came upon them in hot haste. Cannonade and musketry, all in confusion, thundered and rattled at their right and center, and the capotes of Lane's sharpshooters were already crossing the Milldam and forming on this side 2 gunshots away. The infantry general, with his tottering gait, went to his horse, and mounting and drawing himself up very straight and tall, rode off to the Pavlograd commander. The two men met with polite bows, and with concealed hatred in their hearts. "Once for all, Colonel," said the general, "I cannot leave half of my men in the woods. I beg of you, I really beg of you," he repeated the word, "to draw up in position and meet the charge." "I beg of you not to meddle with my affairs," replied the colonel angrily. "If you were a cavalryman—" "I am not a cavalryman, Colonel, but I am a Russian general, and if you don't know this—" "I know it very well, Your Excellency," cried the colonel, suddenly starting up his horse and turning purple with rage. "Wouldn't you like to come to the line, and then you can see that this position is as bad as it could be. I do not care to destroy my regiment for your gratification." "You forget yourself, Colonel. I am not seeking my own gratification, and I will not permit this to be said." The general, accepting the colonel's invitation as a challenge of courage, swelled out his chest and, frowning, rode forward with him in the direction of the outposts, as though all their dispute were to be settled there, at the front, under the fire of the enemy. They reached the outposts, a few bullets flew over them, and they paused and were silent. There was no reason for inspecting the outposts, since from the place where they had been before, it was perfectly evident that there was no chance for cavalry to maneuver among the bushes and gullies, and that the French were outflanking the left wing. The general and colonel looked at each other with fierce and significant eyes, like two gamecocks all ready for battle, and each waited vainly for the other to show a sign of cowardice. Both stood the test. As there was nothing for them to say, and as neither wished to give the other a chance to assert that he had been the first to retire from exposure to the enemy's fire, they would have stood there a long time, each manifesting his bravado, if at this time they had not heard in the forest, almost directly behind them, the crackling of musketry and a dull, confused yell. The French had fallen on the soldiery scattered through the forest gathering firewood. It was now impossible for the hussars to retreat at the same time with the infantry. They were already cut off by the French line at the left. Now, although the locality was most unpropitious, it was absolutely necessary to fight their way through to reach the road beyond. The squadron in which Rostov served had barely time to mount their horses before they found themselves face to face with the enemy. Again, as at the bridge over Enns, between the squadron and the line of the enemy there was no one, and between them lay that terrible gap of the unknown and the dreadful, like the bourne that divides the living from the dead. All these men felt conscious of that gap, and were occupied by the question whether they should pass beyond it or not, and how they should cross it. The colonel came galloping along the front, and angrily replied to the questions of his officers, and like a man who in despair insists on his own way, thundered out some command. No one said anything definitely, but someone had given the squadron an idea that there was to be a charge. The command to fall in was given, then sabers were drawn with a clash, but as yet no one stirred. The army of the left wing and the infantry and the hussars felt that their leaders did not know what to do, and the indecision of the commanders communicated itself to the soldiers. If they would only hurry, thought Rostov, feeling that at last the time was at hand for participating in the intoxication of a charge of which he had heard so much from his comrades, the hussars. Espogom! Forward, children! Rang out Denisov's voice. Twat! In the front rank, the haunches of the horses began to rise and fall. Grachik began to pull on the reins and dashed ahead. At the right, Rostov could see the forward ranks of his hussars, but farther in front there was a dark streak which he could not make out distinctly, but supposed to be the enemy. Reports were heard, but in the distance. Charge! Rang the command, and Rostov felt how his Grachik broke into a gallop and seemed to strain every nerve. He realized that his division was dashing forward, and it became more and more exciting to him. He noticed a solitary tree just abreast of him. At first this tree had been in front of him, in the very center of that line which seemed so terrible, but now he had passed beyond it, and there was not only nothing terrible about it, but it seemed ever more and more jolly and lively. Ugh, how I will slash at them, thought Rostov, as he grasped the handle of his saber. Hurrah, rah, 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 rang the cheers in the distance. Now let us be at them, if ever, thought Rostov, striking the spurs into Grachik, and overtaking the others, he urged him to the top of his speed. The enemy were already in sight before him. Suddenly, something like an enormous lash cracked all along the squadron. Rostov raised his saber, in readiness to strike, but just at that instant, Nikintendo, a hussar galloping in front of him, swerved aside from him, and Rostov felt, as in a dream, that he was being carried with unnatural swiftness forward, and yet was not moving from the spot. A hussar whom he recognized as Bandarchuk was galloping behind him and looked at him gravely. Bandarchuk's horse shied, and he dashed by him. What does it mean? Am I not moving? Have I fallen? Am I dead? These questions Rostov asked and answered in a breath. He was alone in the middle of the field. In place of the galloping horses and backs of the hussars, he saw all around him the solid earth and stubble. Warm blood was under him. No, I am wounded, and my horse is killed. Grachik raised himself on his forelegs, but fell back, pinning down his rider's foot. From the horse's head a stream of blood was flowing. The horse struggled but could not rise. Rostov tried to get to his feet, but likewise fell back. His sabre-tasche had caught in the saddle. Where our men were, where the French were, he could not tell. There was no one around him. Freeing his leg, he got up. Where, in which direction, is now that line which so clearly separated the two armies, he asked himself, and could find no answer. Has something bad happened to me? Is this the way things take place? And what must be done in such circumstances? He asked himself again as he got to his feet. And at this time he began to feel as though something extra were hanging to his benumbed left arm. His wrist seemed to belong to another person. He looked at his hand, but could find no trace of blood on it. There now, here are our fellows, he exclaimed mentally, with joy, perceiving a few running toward him. They will help me. In front of these men ran one in a foreign-looking shako and in a blue capote. He was dark and sunburnt, and had a hooked nose. 2 or 3 others were running at his heels. One of them said something in a language that was strange and un-Russian. Surrounded by a similar set of men, in the same sort of shakos, stood a Russian hussar. His hands were held, just behind him. They were holding his horse. Is our man really taken prisoner? Yes. And will they take me too? Who are these men? Rostov kept asking himself, not crediting his own eyes. Can they be the French? He gazed at the oncoming strangers, and in spite of the fact that only a second before he had been dashing forward solely for the purpose of overtaking and hacking down these same Frenchmen, their proximity now seemed to him so terrible that he could not trust his own eyes. Who are they? Why are they running? Are they running at me? And why? Is it to kill me? Me, whom everyone loves so? He recollected how he was beloved by his mother, his family, his friends, and the purpose of his enemies to kill him seemed incredible. But perhaps they may. For more than 10 seconds he stood, not moving from the spot, and not realizing his situation. The foremost Frenchman with the hooked nose had now come up so close to him that he could see the expression of his face, and the heated, foreign-looking features of this man, who was coming so swiftly down upon him with fixed bayonet and bated breath, filled Rostov with horror. He grasped his pistol, but instead of discharging it, flung it at the Frenchman and fled into the thicket with all his might. He ran not with any of that feeling of doubt and struggle which had possessed him on the bridge at MaryAnnS, but rather with the impulse of a hare trying to escape from the dogs. One single fear of losing his happy young life took possession of his whole being. Swiftly guiding among the heather, and with all the intensity with which he had ever run when playing gorelki, he flew across the field, occasionally turning round his pale, kindly young face, while a chill of horror ran down his back. No, I'd better not look round, he said to himself, but as he reached the shelter of the bushes, he glanced round once more. The Frenchmen had slackened their pace, and at the very minute that he glanced round, the foremost runner had just come to a stop and was starting to walk back, shouting something in a loud voice to his comrade behind him. Rostov paused. It cannot be so, he said to himself. It cannot be that they wish to kill me. But meantime his left arm became as heavy as though a hundredweight were suspended to it. He could not run another step. The Frenchman also paused and aimed. Rostov shut his eyes and ducked his head. One bullet, then another, flew humming by him. He collected his last remaining energies, took his left arm in his right hand, and hurried into the thicket. Here in the bushes were the Russian Rangers. End of chapter 19. Part 2, chapter 20 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. The infantry regiments, taken unawares in the forest, had rushed out, and the companies, becoming confused one with another, had formed a demoralized mob. One soldier, in his panic, had shouted the senseless words so terrible in war, "Cut off!" And these words, with the accompanying panic, had spread through the whole troop. Surrounded, Cut off! Lost!" cried the voices of the fugitives. The regimental commander, the moment that he heard the musketry and the shouting behind him, comprehended that something awful had happened to his regiment, and the thought that he, who had been during many years of service an exemplary officer, never guilty of any breach, might now be accused of negligence or faulty arrangements, came on him so keenly that, for the moment entirely forgetting the recalcitrant colonel of cavalry and his own importance as a general, and, above all, forgetting the peril and the impulse of self-preservation, he seized his saddle-bow and, spurring on his horse, dashed back toward the regiment under a shower of bullets falling all around him, but fortunately sparing him. He had only one desire, to find out what had occurred, to bring aid, and to repair the blunder if it were in any way to be attributed to him, and to escape all censure after his 22 years' service, in which his record as an officer had been blameless. Having fortunately spurred through the lines of the French unharmed, he came upon his regiment on the other side of the same forest through which our men had been running and scattering down the ravine, not heeding the word of command. That moment of moral vacillation had arrived which decides the fate of a battle. Would these scattered throngs of soldiers heed their commander's voice, or would they merely look at him and pursue their way? Notwithstanding the despairing shouts of their general, which had hitherto been so terrible to them, notwithstanding his infuriated, purple face, so unlike his ordinary appearance, and notwithstanding his brandished sword, the soldiers still persisted in their flight, shouted, fired their guns into the air, and paid no heed to the command. The moral balance, which decides the destiny of battles, had evidently kicked the beam on the side of panic. The general coughed, choking with the violence of his shouts and the gunpowder smoke, and reined in his horse in despair. All seemed lost. But at this moment the French, who had fallen upon our lines, suddenly, without any apparent reason, fell back and vanished behind the edge of the forest, and the Russian sharpshooters made their appearance. This was Timokhin's company, the only one in the woods which had preserved any semblance of order. Entrenching themselves in the ditch near the forest, they had unexpectedly attacked the French. Timokhin had thrown himself upon the enemy with such a desperate cry, and flourishing his rapier, had dashed after them with such frantic and rash energy that the French, before they had time to collect their wits, flung away their muskets and fled. Dólokhov, dashing on abreast of Timokhin, killed one Frenchman point blank, and was the first to seize the officer by the collar and make him surrender. The fugitives turned back, the battalions formed again, and the French, who had cut the left wing into two, were driven back in a trice. The reserves succeeded in uniting their forces. The fugitives were brought to a halt. The regimental commander was standing with Major Ekonomov by the bridge, watching the retreating companies file past him, when a soldier approached him, seized his stirrup, and almost leaned against him. This soldier wore a blue coat of broadcloth, without a knapsack or shako. His head was bound up, and over his shoulder he carried a French cartridge pouch. In his hand he held an officer's sword. This soldier was pale. His blue eyes looked boldly into the general's face, and a smile parted his lips. Although the general was engaged in giving directions to Major Ekonomov, he could not help noticing this soldier. "Your Excellency, here are 2 trophies," said Dólokhov, showing the French cartridge pouch and sword. "I took an officer prisoner with my own hand. I stopped the company." Dólokhov was all out of breath with fatigue. He spoke in broken sentences. "The whole company can bear me witness. I beg of you to remember it, Your Excellency." Very good," said the regimental commander, and he turned to Major Ekonomov. But Dólokhov did not pass on. He untied his handkerchief, pulled him by the sleeve, and called his attention to the clotted blood on his hair. "A bayonet wound. I was in the front. Remember, Your Excellency." Tushkin's battery had been entirely forgotten, and only at the very end of the engagement, Prince Bagration, still hearing cannonading at the center, sent thither the first staff officer of the day, and then Prince Andrei, to order the battery to retire as speedily as possible. The covering forces, which had been stationed near Tushin's cannon, had been withdrawn during the heat of the engagement by someone's orders, but the battery still continued to blaze away and had not been taken by the French, simply because the enemy could not comprehend the audacity of 4 guns continuing to fire after the supporting columns had been withdrawn. On the contrary, they supposed, from the energetic activity of this battery, that the principal forces of the Russians were here concentrated in the center, and twice they attempted to storm this point, and both times they were driven back by discharges of grape from these 4 cannon, standing alone on the hill. Shortly after Prince Bagratión's departure, Tushin had succeeded in setting Schöngraben on fire. See them scatter! It burns! See the smoke! Cleverly done! Splendid! The smoke! The smoke! Cried the gunners, growing excited. All the cannon had been directed, without special orders, in the direction of the fire. As though by one impulse the soldiers would cry out after every shot, "Cleverly done! That's the way to do it! See there! Admirable!" The fire, fanned by the wind, quickly spread. The French columns, retreating behind the village, fell back, but as though for a punishment for this misfortune, the enemy established a battery of 10 guns a little to the right of the village and began to reply to Tushin's fire. In their childish delight at setting the village on fire, and at their successful onslaught upon the French, our gunners did not notice this battery until 2 cannonballs, followed by 4 at once, fell among the guns. One of them knocked over 2 horses, and the other carried away the leg of the powder-master. The animation of the men, once aroused, was not dampened, however, but only changed in character. The horses were replaced by 2 others from the reserve, the wounded were removed, and the 4 cannon were turned against the 10-gun battery. An officer, Tushin's comrade, had been killed at the beginning of the action, and during the course of the hour, out of 40 men serving the guns, 17 were disabled, but still the gunners were jolly and full of energy. Twice they noticed that below and not far away from them the French were beginning to appear, and they had loaded with grape. The little captain, with his weak, awkward gestures, kept calling upon his deshnik for just one more little pipe, which he called trybachka instead of trubachka, and then, knocking the ashes out, he would leap forward and look from under his little hand at the enemy. "Let 'em have it, boys!" he would exclaim, and himself seizing the cannon by the wheel, he would bring it back into position, or he would clean out the bore. In the smoke, stunned by the incessant firing, though he jumped every time a gun went off, Tushin, keeping his nose-warmer between his teeth, ran from one gun to another, now aiming, now counting the charges left, now making arrangements for the change or removal of the killed or wounded horses, and shouting his orders in his weak, delicate, irresolute voice. His face kept growing more and more animated. Only when his men were killed or wounded did he frown, and, turning away from the unfortunate, shout sternly to the others, who, as usual, pressed forward, ordering them to carry away the wounded or the dead. The soldiers, for the most part, handsome young heroes, as always happens in the artillery, a couple of heads taller than their officer and twice as broadly built, looked at their commander with the inquiring look of children in trouble, and the expression which happened to be in his face was immediately reflected in theirs. As a consequence of the terrible din and roar, and the necessity for oversight and activity, Tushin felt not the least unpleasant qualm of fear, nor did the thought that he might be killed or painfully wounded enter his head. On the contrary, he kept growing happier and happier. It seemed to him that it was very long ago, not even that same afternoon, since the moment when he first caught sight of the advancing enemy, and had fired the first gun, and that little scrap of ground where he stood had been long, long known and familiar to him. Although he remembered everything, took everything into consideration, did everything the best of officers could have done in his position, still he was in a state bordering on the delirium of fever or the condition of a drunken man. In the midst of the stunning sounds of his own guns roaring on every side of him, in the midst of the enemy's shells, whistling and striking around him, seeing his sweating, flushed men serving their guns, seeing the blood of men and horses, seeing the puffs of smoke in the direction of the enemy, followed always by the swift flight of the cannonball, striking into the ground, on a human being, on the guns, or among the horses, seeing all these various sights, still his mind was filled with a fantastic world of his own, which at this moment constituted a peculiar delight to him. The enemy's guns were in his imagination, not guns but pipes, from which, from time to time, a viewless smoker puffs out wreaths of smoke. "See there, he gave another puff," said Tushin, in a half-whisper to himself, just as a wreath of smoke leaped away from the hill and was borne to the left in a ribbon by the wind. "Now, let us catch the little ball and send it back." "What is your order, your honor?" asked a gunner who stood near him and noticed that he had muttered something. "Nothing. Send a shell," he replied. "Now then, our Matveyevna," he said to himself. It was the great, old-fashioned howitzer that Tushin personified under the name of Matveyevna, daughter of Matthew. The French around their guns reminded him of ants. Gunner number 1 of the second field piece, a handsome fellow, too much given to drink, was Dyadya, uncle, in his world. Tushin looked at him oftener than the others and delighted in all his movements. The sound of the musketry in the valley, now dying away and then increasing in violence, seemed to him like someone drawing long breaths. He listened to the intermittent rising and falling of these sounds. "Hark, she's breathing again, breathing hard," he said to himself. He imagined himself a mighty giant of monstrous size, seizing the cannonballs with both hands and hurling them at the French. "Well, Matveyevna, Matushka, little mother, don't betray us," he was just saying and starting away from the cannon when back of him was heard a voice which he did not know. "Captain Tushin! Captain!" Tushin looked around in alarm. It was the same staff officer who had sent him out of Grund. In a quavering voice the officer cried, "Are you beside yourself? Twice you have been ordered to retire, and you—" "Now why do they bother me?" exclaimed Tushin to himself, looking with dread at the officer. I'm all right," he returned, raising 2 fingers to his visor. But the colonel did not say all that he meant to say. A cannonball flying close to him cut him short and made him cower down close to his horse. He paused and was just going to repeat his order when still another cannonball silenced him. He wheeled his horse round and galloped away. "Retire! All of you, retire!" he cried from the distance. The soldiers laughed. In a minute an adjutant came with the same order. This was Prince Andrei. The first thing he saw as he reached the little space occupied by Tushin's cannon was an unharnessed horse with a broken leg, neighing near his mates. From his leg the blood was spurting as from a fountain. Among the limbers lay a number of the killed. One cannonball after another flew over him as he galloped up, and he was conscious of a nervous tremor running down his back. But the mere thought that he was afraid again roused his courage. "I cannot be afraid," he said to himself, and he deliberately dismounted among the field pieces. He delivered his message and still lingered in the battery. He resolved that the guns should be removed from their position and brought in under his direction. He and Tushin, stepping among the dead bodies, made the arrangements for limbering the cannon, even while the French were pouring a murderous fire upon them. "An officer just dashed up here, but he made himself scarce in no time," remarked a gunner to Prince Andrei. "He wasn't like your honor." Prince Andrei exchanged no words with Tushin. They were both so occupied that it seemed as though they did not see each other. When at last they succeeded in getting 2 of the 4 field pieces limbered, they started to descend the hill, leaving 1 field piece dismounted, together with the howitzer. Prince Andrei turned to Tushin. "Well, good-bye," said he, offering him his hand. "Good-bye, my dear," returned Tushin. "Dear heart, farewell, my dear fellow," exclaimed Tushin, the tears springing to his eyes, though he knew not why. End of chapter 20. Part 2, Chapter 21 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. The breeze had died down. Dark clouds hung low over the battlefield, mingling on the horizon with the smoke of gunpowder. It had grown dark, and therefore with all the more clearness the blaze of the two burning villages stood out against the sky. The cannonade had slackened, but still the rattle of musketry at the rear and at the right was heard with ever-increasing frequency and distinctness. As soon as Tushin and his field pieces, jolting and constantly meeting wounded men, got out of range and descended into the ravine, he was met by the commander and his aides, among whom were both the staff officer and Zherkov, who had been twice sent but had not once succeeded in reaching Tushin's battery. All of them gave him confused orders and counter-orders as to how and where to go, and overwhelmed him with reproaches and criticisms. Tushin made no arrangements, but rode toward the rear on his artillery jade, not saying a word for fear he should burst into tears, which without his knowing why were ready to gush from his eyes. Although the order was to abandon the wounded, many dragged themselves after the troops and begged for a ride on the gun carriages. That very same gallant infantry officer who before the beginning of the engagement had darted so energetically from Tushin's hut was stretched out on the carriage of the Matveyevna with a bullet in his belly. At the foot of the hill a pale yunker of hussars, holding one arm in his hand, came to Tushin and asked for a seat. "Captain, for God's sake, my arm is crushed," said he, timidly. "For God's sake, I can't walk any longer. For God's sake." It was evident that this yunker had more than once repeated this request and had been everywhere refused. He asked in an irresolute and piteous voice, "Give me a place, for God's sake." Climb on," said Tushin. "Spread out a cloak, uncle," he added, turning to his favorite gunner. "But where's the wounded officer?" "We took him off. He died," replied someone. "Climb on. Sit there. Sit down, my dear fellow. Sit there. Spread out the cloak, Antonov." The yunker was Rostov. He held his left arm in his right hand. His face was pale, and his teeth chattered with fever. He was assisted to climb, on the Matveyevna, to the very same spot from which they had removed the dead officer. There was blood on the cloak which Antonov spread out, and it stained Rostov's riding trousers and hands. "What, are you wounded, my dear?" asked Tushin, approaching the gun on which Rostov was riding. "No, only a bruise." "But where did that blood come from, on the gun cheek?" asked the other. "That's the officer's, your honor," replied a gunner, wiping away the blood with the sleeve of his capote, as though he were apologizing for the stain on the gun. By main force and with the help of the infantry, the guns were dragged up the slope, and when they reached the village of Gunthersdorf, they halted. By this time it was quite dark, so that it was impossible at 10 paces to distinguish the uniforms of the soldiers. The musketry fire was beginning to slacken. Suddenly shouts and the rattle of shots were heard again near by at the right. The darkness was lighted up by the flashes of the guns. This was the last attack of the French, and the soldiers replied to it as they entrenched themselves in the houses of the village. Once more all hands rushed out from the village, but Tushin's field pieces were hopelessly fast, and the gunners and Tushin and the yunker, silently exchanging glances, awaited their fate. Then the firing began to die away once more, and out from a side street came a party of soldiers, engaged in lively conversation. "Safe and sound, Petrov?" asked one. "We gave it them hot and heavy, brother. They won't meddle with us again," returned the other. "Can't see a thing. How was it? Warmed 'em up a little, eh?" "Can't see a thing. It's so dark, fellows. Anything to drink?" The French had been driven back for the last time, and once more, through the impenetrable darkness, Tushin's field pieces moved forward, surrounded by the rumbling infantry as by a frame. Something seemed to be flowing on through the darkness like an invisible, gloomy river, ever pushing forward in one direction, with a murmur of voices and the clinking of bayonets and the rumble of wheels. And above the general turmoil, clear and distinguishable above all other sounds, arose the groans and cries of the wounded in the blackness of the night. Their groans seemed to coincide with the pitchy blackness which surrounded the army. Their groans and this darkness of the night seemed to be one and the same thing. After a while, a wave of excitement ran through this onward struggling mass. Someone had come from headquarters on a white horse and shouted something as he rode along by. What's that he says? Where now? Is it to halt? Did he express any gratitude? Such were the eager questions heard on all sides, and then the whole moving mass, as it moved forward, recoiled on itself. Evidently the van had halted, and the report spread that orders were to bivouac there. All hands settled down where they were in the middle of the muddy road. Fires were lighted, and voices began to grow animated. Captain Tushin, having made his arrangements for his company, sent one of his men to find the temporary hospital, or at least a surgeon for the Junker, and sat down in front of the fire which his soldiers had built by the roadside. Rostov also dragged himself up to the fire. The fever, caused by his pain, the cold, and the dampness shook his whole frame. An irresistible inclination to drowsiness overcame him, but still he could not sleep, owing to the tormenting pain which he felt in his arm. It ached, and he found no position that relieved it. Sometimes he closed his eyes, then, again, he gazed into the fire, which seemed to him angrily red. Then again at the round-shouldered, slender figure of Tushin, sitting Turkish fashion near him. Tushin's large, intelligent, kindly eyes were fastened upon him with sympathy and compassion. He saw that Tushin with all his soul desired, and yet was totally unable, to help him. On all sides were heard the steps and voices of the infantry passing by, coming up and settling down around them. The sounds of voices, of steps, and trampling of horses, stamping their hoofs in the mud, the echo of axes far and near, all mingled in one pulsating uproar. Now, it was no longer like a viewless river rolling onward through the darkness, but rather like a gloomy sea, roaring and breaking after a storm. Rostov, half dazed, looked and listened to what was going on around him and before him. A foot soldier came up to the bivouac fire, squatted down on his heels, rubbed his hands over the fire, and turned his face around. "Any harm, Your Honor?" he asked, turning to Tushin with an inquiring expression. "Here. I lost my company, Your Honor. I don't know where it is. Hard luck." At the same time with the soldier, an infantry officer with a bandaged cheek came to the fire, and begged Tushin to order his field pieces to be moved a trifle, so as to allow the baggage train to pass. The company commander was followed by two soldiers. They were quarreling desperately, reviling each other, and almost fighting over a boot. "You lie! You didn't pick it up! Oh, you villain!" one of them was crying in a hoarse voice. Then came a lean, pale soldier, with his neck done up in blood-stained bandages, and, in an irascible voice, asked the artillerymen for a drink of water. "What, must I die like a dog?" he grumbled. Tushin ordered the men to give him a drink. Then came a jolly soldier, asking for some fire for the infantry. "A little fire from a red-hot man for the infantry. Good luck to you, fellow countrymen. Thank you for the fire. We'll return it with interest," said he, as he disappeared into the darkness with a flaming brand. After this soldier came four, carrying something heavy wrapped up in a cloak, and went past the fire. One of them stumbled. "Oh, bah! The devils! They've been spilling firewood," cried one of them. "He's dead. What's the use of lugging him?" exclaimed another. "Well, I tell you." And they vanished in the darkness with their burden. "Say, does it hurt?" asked Tushin in a whisper. "Yes, it hurts." "Your Honor, the general wants you. He's at the cottage yonder," said one of the gunners, coming up to Tushin. "In a moment, my boy." Tushin got up, and buttoning his cloak and straightening himself, he left the fireside. In a cottage which had been made ready for him, not far from the artillerist's fire, Prince Bagration was still sitting at the dinner table, talking with a number of high officers who had called in for consultation. There was the little, old man, with half-closed eyes, piteously gnawing a mutton bone, and the general of 22 years' blameless service, his face flushed from his vodka and his dinner, and the staff officer with the birthday ring, and Zherkov, uneasily looking at the others, and Prince Andrei with compressed lips and feverishly shining eyes. In the corner of the cottage leaned the standard taken from the French, and the auditor, with his innocent face, was fingering the stuff of which the standard was made, shaking his head doubtfully, perhaps because he was really interested in the standard, and perhaps because, being hungry, it was hard to see the dinner table at which no place had been set for him. In the next cottage was a captured colonel of dragoons, with our officers crowding around him, with curiosity in their eyes. Prince Bagration thanked the officers of the various divisions and made inquiries about the details of the engagement and the losses. The regimental commander, who had commanded the review at Braunau, explained to the prince that as soon as the action began, he had withdrawn from the woods, collected the men engaged in gathering firewood, and sending them back had charged with 2 battalions and simply carried the French at the point of the bayonet. When I saw that the 1st battalion was giving way, your illustriousness, I stood on the road and said to myself, I will let them get by first, and then order a running fire, and that was the way I did it. The regimental commander had been so anxious to do this, and so sorry that he had not been successful in doing it, that it now seemed to him that he actually had done so. Indeed, may it not have been so? How is it possible to decide, in the general confusion, what had happened and what had not happened? By the way, I ought to observe, your illustriousness, he went on to say, remembering Dólokhov's conversation with Kutuzov and his last meeting with the young man, that the cashiered private, Dólokhov, took a French officer prisoner, under my very eyes, and distinguished himself notably. It was there I saw the charge of the Pavlograd Hussars, your illustriousness, remarked Zherkov, looking around uneasily, for he had not that day seen a single hussar and had only heard about them from the infantry officer. They broke 2 squares, your illustriousness. A few, hearing Zherkov's words, smiled, because a joke was always expected from him. But, perceiving that what he said also redounded to the glory of our arms, and of the day's doings, they grew serious again, though they knew very well that what Zherkov said was a lie without even a semblance of foundation. Prince Bagration turned to the elderly colonel. I thank you all, gentlemen. All parties have worked like heroes, infantry, cavalry, artillery. But how was it 2 field pieces were abandoned in the center? He demanded, looking round for someone. Prince Bagration made no inquiries for the cannon of the left wing. He knew by this time that all the cannon there had been abandoned at the very beginning of the action. I believe I asked you about them, he said, turning to the staff officer of the day. One was dismounted, replied the staff officer, but the other, as to that I myself cannot understand. I was there all the time and gave orders for it to be retired, and immediately I was called away. It was hot there, to be sure, he added modestly. Someone remarked that Captain Tushin was right here in the village, and that he had already been sent for. Ah, but you were there, were you not? Asked Prince Bagration of Prince Andrei. Certainly, we almost met there, said the staff officer, giving Prince Andrei an affable smile. I did not have the pleasure of seeing you, declared Prince Andrei, coolly and curtly. All were silent. Tushin now appeared on the threshold, modestly making his way behind the backs of the generals. Passing around the generals, in the narrow room, and confused, as always, in the presence of his superiors, Tushin did not see the flagstaff and stumbled over it. Several laughed. How is it the guns were abandoned? Asked Bagration, frowning, but not so much at the captain as at those who were rude enough to laugh, among whom Zherkov's voice was distinguished above the rest. Tushin, now for the first time, at the sight of the stern commander, realized with horror his crime and disgrace at having lost 2 guns while he himself was left alive. He had been so agitated that, till this moment, he had not had time to think of this incident. The laughter of the officers still more threw him off his balance. He stood in front of Bagration, with his lower jaw trembling, and could hardly stammer, I don't know, your illustriousness. I had no men, your illustriousness. You might have had them from the forces that covered you. Tushin did not reply that there were no forces covering him, though this would have been the unvarnished truth. He was afraid he might compromise some of his superior officers, and so in silence, with staring eyes, he gazed into Bagration's face, as a schoolboy looks in confusion into his master's. A rather long silence ensued. Prince Bagration, evidently not wishing to be too severe, knew not what to say. The others did not venture to interfere in the conversation. Prince Andrei looked askance at Tushin, and his fingers twitched nervously. "Your illustriousness," said Prince Andrei, breaking the silence in his clear voice, "you were pleased to send me to Captain Tushin's battery. I went there and found 2/3 of his men and horses disabled, 2 of his guns dismounted, and no forces to cover him." Prince Bagration and Tushin kept their eyes fixed on Bolkonsky, who was speaking under the influence of restrained excitement. "And if your illustriousness will permit me to express my opinion," he went on to say, "we are indebted more than all for the success of this day to the action of this battery and the heroic steadfastness of Captain Tushin and his company," said Prince Andrei, and without waiting for any reply, he got up and left the table. Prince Bagration looked at Tushin, and evidently not wishing to show any disbelief in Prince Bolkonsky's stiff judgment, and at the same time not feeling himself prepared to acquiesce entirely with it, he inclined his head and told Tushin that he might go. Prince Andrei followed him. "Thank you, my boy, you have saved me," said Tushin to him. Prince Andrei looked at Tushin, and without saying anything, turned away from him. His heart was heavy and full of melancholy. It was all so strange, so unlike what he had anticipated. Who are they? Why do they come here? What do they want? And when will all this end? Rostov asked himself as he gazed at the shadows which unceasingly passed before him. The pain in his arm grew worse and worse. Unconquerable drowsiness oppressed him. Red circles danced before his eyes, and the impression of these voices and these faces, and the sense of his loneliness mingled with the sense of his agony. These soldiers, wounded and not wounded, they all did the same thing. They all pressed upon him, crushed him, tore his muscles, and roasted the flesh in his broken arm and shoulder. To rid himself of them, he closed his eyes. He lost himself for one moment, but during that brief interval of forgetfulness, he saw in his dream a countless collection of objects. He saw his mother, with her large, white hand. He saw Sonya's thin shoulders, Natasha's eyes and smiling lips, and Denisov, with his queer voice and long mustache, and Telyanin, and his whole encounter with Telyanin and Bogdanuich. All this story was one and the same thing with what this soldier with the shrill voice said, and all this story and this soldier so cruelly, so constantly crushed, twitched, and pulled his arm in one direction. He struggled to escape from them, but they would not for a single second let go of his shoulder, or in the least relax their hold. It would not have hurt, it would have been all right if they would cease pulling him, but it was impossible to get rid of them. He opened his eyes and looked up. A black strip of the night, an arshin wide, hung over the glowing coals. Across this strip of light flew the powdery snow as it fell. Tushin did not return. The surgeon had not come. He was alone. A little soldier now sat on the other side of the fire, stripped and warming his thin, sallow body. "I'm of no use to anyone," thought Rostov. "No one helps me or takes pity on me. But if I were only at home, strong, happy, beloved." He sighed, and his sigh involuntarily changed into a groan. "Aye, does it hurt?" asked the little soldier, shaking his shirt over the fire, and without awaiting his answer, quacking like a duck, he added, "Good many men knocked to pieces this day. Terrible." Rostov did not heed the soldier. He gazed at the snowflakes fluttering down into the fire, and he recalled what winter would be at home in Russia, his warm, bright home, with his downy furs, swift sledges, his strong, healthy body, and the love and care of his family. "And why did I come here?" he asked himself. On the following day the French did not renew their attack, and the remains of Bagration's division effected a conjunction with Kutuzov's army. End of chapter 21, and end of part 2.